Okay, we are live. Welcome, everybody. John Q coming right back at you tonight. We have been covering an extraordinary case. And in this case, we have mentioned quite a few things. We have shown you quite a few things. We have gone over quite a few things. Tonight, part 6. There are some legal matters going on, and we need to address them. And address them tonight we will. When I came across this information regarding the Gernon case, I was shocked. I was thrown back into a different position because what we're told, as in the last live we did, it's more to the story than we are told, more to the eye than we have seen. The elements of this case come together the way they do so far. In the way that they do is starting to look like something else. And so tonight we're going to take a look at the legal matters that are going on behind the scenes that we do not know about, and an investigation, a private one, that is underway. I want to welcome every single one of you that's been following me on this case. Much love goes out to you and your family. Much love goes out to the moderators that are in tonight's chat. And much love goes out to every single one that have subscribed to my channel and pushed it way over 5,000. I have never seen numbers come in so big. And it only lets me know I must be onto something. I must be doing something right. Somebody said that that John Q, me, he gets a hold of something and he knows exactly what he's doing. I appreciate that compliment. Doesn't come in an hour or a day or a week or a month. This thing that I do takes time. This thing that we are experiencing in time is taking time. And as much of you that have been following my channel and this case, I thank all of you for being the important factor. And that is, you care, you want to know, you want to get to the truth. You want to know what justice looks like, if there is a thing called justice. And there is. It's well defined, it's clear cut, and it cuts to the chase. It gets to all matters, and it screens through every single premise of any case that's out there. We can believe in it. We know that it does exist. How the form comes to us is what we're looking to realize. So tonight, in part 6 of the Gernon case, I'm going to cover with you some very important things that I've come across, enlightening things that we don't see on the public news media, enlightening things that we seem to skip over or maybe don't catch on social media, and enlightening things that other content creators have brought to our attention about this case. Because we're all seeking justice. Every single one of us. So we know what it looks like. And we can apprehend not only the content of it, but the completion of it. And maybe satisfy the hurt, the pain, the anguish, the guilt, and the thoughts that make this case, along with other cases, more real in our mind to get justice than just to see them just flash before us while we're on social media. I'm glad to be a part of an elite team on YouTube. I'm glad to be a part of a connection spiritually, physically, mentally, and socially to people that really care. Can I name them all? I can't. I can't. But do I know who they are? Yes, I do. And so do you. Those of you who've been following this case. Welcome to tonight's part 6 of this case. We're going to be going over some very critical, valuable information. It's going to maybe even put a twist in this case. If the folks out in Dallas take a view of my channel, maybe even take a view of tonight's live, then maybe even looking for additional information, I'm only here to give what I know. We can only do that. It's a thing we do. With that said, I want to welcome my moderators for tonight. Skeet, I want to welcome you. I also want to welcome the content creators that I've been checking in with and standing with as part of a team looking for that justice. I'm going to mention and drop names like I always do, because there is no shame here in wanting to do that. There is no shame here in sharing and caring and collectively coming together to form something that other people have never seen, whether it be on big social media like Facebook, Instagram. This has never been done before, and maybe even what most other people call a social experiment. But tonight, you, just you, only you, with your perception intact, with your perspectives with you, what you've been able to cover on this case will start to be revealed a whole lot clearer. There are aspects I take a look at, and when I don't see it, it needs to be revealed. And tonight we will reveal something behind the scenes that certain people are privy to, and yet we can still cut to the chase and get to it anyway. Miss Nay is a moderator. Welcome to the family. I'm glad to have you on board. I'm glad to know that there is someone like you that cares just like I do, about this case. I've got G Money in the house. I've got Jennifer Rebecca in the house. Aussie True Crime is in the house. Mary Martins is in the house. I've got Brother Boss Blake, a good friend and a true brother that believes in justice, is in the house. I just got off his live. We spoke on the phone. We collaborate. We share information. And I'm glad to know that I'm connected with such a brother that truly believes that there is justice for us all. How we approach it, what we do, when we approach it, how we react when it comes, is sincerely from the heart. It's got to be. Miss Tiffany Marie is in the house, also a content creator. I have shared memories and moments with pertaining to this case, as well as the Summer Wells case, a number of other things that she's doing on her channel. Welcome, Miss Tiffany Marie. Much love goes out to you and your family. Thank you for coming in and sharing your time with me and the people that care about what we're talking about. Cha-Cha B is in the house. Kieta Brown is in the house. Anna D is in the house. Brit Spicy Life is in the house. Donna Whitmack is in the house. Mrs. Weaver is also in the house. Our numbers are going to grow because people are paying attention. This is not just something on YouTube that's happening. This is an international case, not only here in the United States, but it's gone far abroad. What happened to Cash Gernon? Why did we see what we saw on the video surveillance footage that was given to us by the Daily Mail, recorded at Monica Sherrod's house on May 15th of 2021, during the times of the early mornings of 5 a.m. and 7:30 a.m.? Why did we see what we saw on that footage? Why was it released? What did they want us to see? What did they want us to hear? What do they want us to believe? And these are good questions, because you have to ask yourself, why not? Why not get the answers to those questions and many more behind this horrible tragedy that happened to a 4-year-old in Dallas, Texas? When you ask yourself these questions and more, and then begin to look into yourself as to whether those questions would be something that somebody else would ask, they are indeed important questions to get answers to. Tonight, in part 6, I hope to provide some answers regarding the legal matters of this case. What we are seeing behind the scenes is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And when we can take a look at incredible things, and when I say incredible, let me define it. Let me break it down a little bit. When I say incredible, we're talking about things that should not be going on, but are. When we began in our series, part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I talked to you about an appearance of the fourth kind, things that are not, but yet appear to be. When we cover such information like that in a broad spectrum, we have to know what's real and what's not, what's being done and what's not, why things are taking so long when they shouldn't, what people are responsible for doing their job but aren't. Why is this case dragging? Why is a defense attorney absolutely frustrated with the process when he is supposed to be defending his client? What's really going on? How is this case manifesting before us? And why are the people actually doing it? Some of these questions will be answered in tonight's live. I'm getting to the roots. Believe you me, I am. And that's why I talk to other content creators on their channels covering this case, because they are getting to the roots too. And they want to know the same answers to those questions that I ask. I've got a lot of questions for the Dallas Police Department. You will see this tonight. You will hear it in my voice. You will see documentation. And we will cover as much of the facts as have been laid on the table as it is put in front of us. There are a lot of people who are sick and tired of waiting for justice for a lot of cases. Think about it, they ponder it, they look for it. When does it arrive? Time is our best friend. And according to time, in Ecclesiastes, in the good book called the Bible, there is a time and place for everything. Everything will be revealed, everything shown, everything seen and unseen. And so therefore we must have patience, but yet perseverance and persistence in pushing toward the number one thing that we want for all of our children that go missing, like the West Boys. Things that happened to Kanika Jenkins in her case. Things that happened to Amari Nicholson in that case. Summer Wells in her case, and so on and so forth. All we are looking for is the truth. Because once we get there, we get justice. And hopefully the right people doing the right thing to do their job properly will bring us that justice. It comes in many ways, many forms, most certainly in many different degrees. Someone asked me, John Q., are you looking into the Cash Gernon case? I said, no, not right. Not right this minute. Who's Cash Gernon? Oh, you should jump on this. With your eyes and your perception, your ability to discern, I think you'll really cut into this case and make a contribution. I said, really? Okay. Took me a couple of weeks. I looked into it because I was asked. I'm here because I know who it affected. You're here for the same reason. I'm very glad to make a contribution such as the one I'm about to make tonight. The one you're about to hear tonight is going to be different. The information that is about to be unfolded is going to really cut a little deeper than where we are. So if anybody on YouTube is following this case that is not in this chat room tonight, You better start texting him. You better start letting him know. I think John Q is about to say something. And I am. For all of you here tonight, I thank you for your support. I thank you for the major contribution that you've made to me to let me know, hey, here's a guy worth listening to. Here's a guy worth supporting. Here's a guy worth getting behind. He's out there in New York. He brings a different perspective, a different viewpoint. He adds to life rather than takes from it. I thank you for the compliment, because I take that compliment and turn it into my confidence to give you exactly that, the truth. I make this statement boldly, and when I do make a statement, it does come bold and it does stick and it stays. So we're going to cover some information tonight. Once again, welcome to all the content creators that are here sharing their time with us and with me. Your insight, your intelligence, your fortitude is most importantly needed in a case like this. Miss Donna's in the house. Welcome. Miss Weaver, welcome. So let us begin. And let's not cut to the chase. Let's cut to the chase. Not cut to the chase. Are you kidding, John? Let's get to it. Give me 30 seconds. We shall begin. Okay, we are back. We're going to begin tonight by, first of all, let me just do this real quick. Because you know how we have to proceed. In beginning tonight's discussion and conversation about the Gernon case, I'm going to be using information that I have collected, researched, analyzed, and reviewed off of the internet. Many things that I'm going to share with you have come from different content creators on YouTube, as well as different news postings on the internet. When we talk about content, we are talking about, at best, factual information pertaining to this particular case, Gernon case. And when sharing and making an opinion or a comment on, YouTube wants us to make sure that we protect ourselves. And in doing so, there's a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. And in that disclaimer, it gives us fair use to use that information for educational purposes, for training, research, scholarship, teaching, and the like. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing But in this case, fair use serves a good purpose. And we have to cover ourselves based on the information that has been posted and the information we are getting ready to post in tonight's live. Let us begin. And we begin pretty much where we started. And we begin here, where it started. We begin here on May 15th, 2021. We begin here where this video surveillance footage became known. It was delivered by the Daily Mail, posted by the Daily Mail to let us know that some horrible situation, some horrible crime took place. And the culprit was caught on video surveillance footage. In parts 1, 2, and 4, we've covered this as extensively as we could. We've analyzed everything about what this video surveillance footage had told us. There's a lot of meaning in this footage. One of the content creators that I have connected with has said, the truth is in the beginning of the case. Sometimes it doesn't appear at the end. And I listened to that. And I said, you know something? This content creator is right. When we can take a look at something that starts from its point of origin, we can see exactly what we need to understand. We not only can do that, but if we can see it again and again and again and again and again, and we can understand it better and better and better and better. Human perception plays a very important part in this case because this is a human creation. This is man-made. This is just not something that just fell out of the sky and whammo, it's right in front of us. This was created, this was selected, and this was posted for us to see. What we see and how we discern it, what we determine from it, is important because that creates our narrative. That creates the belief system that we support whenever we present information like this. When you study and profile a case like this takes time. When we get to it, we get to a certain point in our mind, in our mind's eye, that what we think we see the first time is more believable than we see it the second, or the third, or the fourth, or the fifth, and so on. But thank goodness God was good. God's perfect. He allows us to know that we have the ability to see certain things a certain way, to understand certain things in a certain way, and to be able to re-experience or recapture things in what we see and in what we experience in a certain way. Thank goodness for technology being able to give us the ability to do that. In my last live, in part 5, we've had a very heavy discussion about this particular scene here, where we see Carter going to bed. I've mentioned that the video surveillance footage that we're looking at has been edited, altered, manipulated, and in a way in which it is for the promotion of the people who are behind it, called the Daily Mail. This is what they released. This is what they wanted us to see. Nothing before and nothing after. And now you have to ask yourself why. Why nothing before? Carter got into his crib next to Cash. And why nothing afterwards once Cash was taken from the crib and out of the room? Analyzing this to begin to build a profile, we collect a lot of information just from this clip alone. Covering the information is as much as I have and as much as other content creators have. I will be dropping names throughout this live. You guys have done an excellent job. You stuck and you stayed on the physical evidence in order to produce more information from it than we got in the beginning. But yet the beginning tells us more the truth than whatever end we end up getting. If that makes sense, type a 1. If that makes sense to you, type a 1. The truth is in the beginning of every story. It's the point of origin that we need to look at the closest, the hardest, with our mind, our heart, our body, and our soul in order to understand it. We are fallible people if we believe what we see only once. More so fallible than anything else. Because if we miss something because we didn't take another look at it, that's on us. Fool me once, fool me twice, shame on me. When you take a look at something like this, you don't want to be fooled. None of us do. Because what we're looking at is a child getting into bed at night, being secure, safe in his own home, the home that he is in, the surroundings, his environment that he is in. These two children were here at this home only because Daddy left them there. We know who Daddy is. We know why he left them there. So I'm not going to prolong that. But these children have security in their hearts. Everything is okay. I'm comfortable here. I'm good here. The guardian or the care that I'm getting, I feel safe in their little hearts and in their minds. Just as Cash and Carter may have thought in theirs. I'm sure they did. And when you can continue to take a look at this video surveillance footage, you could see it. You could feel it. And when something like this, then therefore happens, they haven't the slightest idea that something like this would happen. And when we have taken a look at this, we ourselves wouldn't have the slightest idea that something like this would happen. Such is what we've seen from the beginning in part 1. Who is this person? Why are they doing what they're doing? Is there a benefit? What might that benefit be? And so forth. But in paying attention to this same little 3-minute and 57-second video, we see a lot. Some people believe that Darian Brown was the intruder in this room. Okay. Some people believe that this is Cameron Morey, dressed up, appearing to look like Darian Brown in this room. Okay. Some people believe that this may be even Honcho Bands that appears to look like Darian Brown, who appears also to look like Cameron Morey, is in this room. Whoever this person is most certainly in this room. Whatever the name is called, we will find out. But the Dallas Police Department believes when they saw this particular video surveillance footage that this is Cameron Brown, Darian Brown, only because they were told by the head of the household, Monica Sherrod, that it was. We see dips in the video, which are edits. And I've heard this video since our last live, and there are sound cuts, whether it be a sensory motion camera capturing the motions and capturing the cuts. This is good because we do know something now. The video surveillance footage that you are watching now, yes, has been manipulated because it was the video surveillance footage that was given to the Daily Mail. And if you are a culprit, someone that is looking to deceive someone else and to give them something else, something like this, to help them to promote your deception, then that right there says a lot. This is enough information just for us to glean over that says just that. Once again, what happened before this moment and what happens after this moment is most important. It doesn't give us the actual point of origin as to how Cash got into that bed, into that crib. And it doesn't tell us what happened after the assailant, the intruder, picked up Cash and left, does it? No, it doesn't. We jump to the morning in the clip, which you'll see. After Cash is taken out of the room, and only out of the room, and that is all the evidence that this video surveillance footage can give us. What happened? It jumps to a morning shot, quickly, instantly, and brings us to a point to where we now see another person, also identified as Darian Brown, in this same room, different clothes, different appearance, there's different lighting, and the room has looked like it has been altered. And in that sense, according to what we see, and I'm sure you do, it has been altered. The windows don't look the same as they did at night, as we see now in the day. The time is different, and we see from the night as we now see in the day. Position of who's left in the crib is different in the day than we saw at night. And there are a whole bunch of other variables here that are different than we saw at night. Why is that? You know why? Let me go back over it one more time. Night, take a careful look. A real good, careful look. Profile it like we began in part 1. And then day. Notice how different the room looks. And it gives us the appearance of the fourth kind, things that are not but yet appear to be. And in that fourth appearance, we see an entirely different room. Many of you have seen that this is different. Many of you have commented on my channel as well as others that this room is not the same as it was at night. The curtains, floor, the walls, the windows, the ceiling, the person that you see in front of you standing over Carter, the reason for him being there at that particular moment in time gives you the impression that this whole video clip may have been meshed together by the Daily Mail to give us the appearance that who you see before you is a guilty party. What you see before you is the evidence of it. How you see the outcome of what you see tells you, or may tell you, yeah, this is the guy. As it may have done the Dallas Police Department when they viewed it. What they said it was. And with Monica Sherrod being the one that showed the Dallas Police Department the evidence that was on her phone, giving the evidence to them and pointing out who she saw in this room was Darian Brown, is all they had to go and question him with. That's all they had. How they approached Darian Brown is a different story. Where cash was left, entirely the story itself. Why cash was left there. What goes to motive? That is the perplexing part of this case. What goes to motive for Darian Brown to do what he allegedly did, that other people have stated that he did? And why? Why so? As extraordinary as the video surveillance footage is, it is compelling. But for like-minded people like myself, Kenny Earl, Q Carlock, Molly Golightly, Tiffany Marie, Boss Blake, AB Abnormality Detector, Angie from Everyday Shenanigans, and a host of others I will continue to mention, we all see otherwise. SP Nuggets, News Nuggets, we all see otherwise. We see something's wrong with this, and it most certainly is. Because what we've gathered in a short period of time is what the Dallas Police Department hasn't still gathered to get the case to a grand jury for indictment. If what they had was solid, it would have already been posted. If what they had was solid, Darian Brown's defense attorney would have had this case on his desk at least a week ago, bar none a week and a half to 2 weeks ago. Now you have to ask yourself, why he doesn't. Why hasn't this case been equally shared based on the accused doing what we've seen here only on this video surveillance footage, which is only circumstantial evidence to say that if he was in this house, well, yeah, we all see him. We saw him. But it doesn't produce the end result as to where cash was found. It was stated by Darian Brown's defense attorney that there were more cameras in the house. And he was waiting, and still is, to get the video surveillance footage from those cameras. How many of them there are, we shall find out. But with his private knowledge of knowing that there were more cameras in the house, why didn't they release the footage to him? Why didn't they give him the physical evidence that the police collected? Why aren't police reports given to him? Why isn't forensics given to him? Called the trace evidence DNA that was found on his clothes, the sunglasses, the jacket, and the shoes. How is that ascertained anyway? Who ascertained it? How was it collected? What forensics laboratory is the one responsible for actually analyzing it and makes a statement to say in some way, shape, or form that it is Darian Brown? Is it DNA from Cash to Darian Brown, or is it Darian Brown's DNA to Cash? What links the two together when everything that we've seen is so far apart? It's not a mystery. What happened to the backpack? Where's that? What happened to the pants? Where are those? For someone to allegedly stabbed a 4-year-old child, whether it be out in the street, behind a building, maybe even in the house somewhere, maybe in the garage, and we don't even know it yet. To have all that blood from a child on hands and on a weapon, you would think that person would be covered, at least a good portion of themselves, in blood. You'd have to say that. It's just a natural thing to think about. Why did Cameron Morey say that he went outside the house searching for Cash with no shirt, no shoes, no socks, literally half naked himself, and went around the neighborhood looking for Cash? So now he says something. Another individual stated that they actually saw a family member from this household in the street, in and around the crime scene area where Cash was left. That went back to their own neighborhood or their house in that same neighborhood. You say to yourself, as most other people have, is this the work of just one person? Could this have been done by just one person? I said, I don't think so. I don't think so. And the only reason why I say that is because someone else didn't think so either. And we have to take a look at as much evidence in this case as possible. And when we come across statements like this that were made by Kurt Pinkerton, it seems to have injected himself into this case and makes a statement to say, an update for now, the kid that abducted him was 18 years old. My daughter has video of him on her surveillance, taking him from the home by everyone was asleep. He should have said while everyone was asleep or sleeping. He slipped in the house without anyone noticing and took him around 5 o'clock, something that morning. Now he says, my knowledge, okay, Kurt, my knowledge, a friend was with him who recorded the whole incident and went back to the house with him again because they planned on taking Carter, his twin brother, and doing the same thing. People were awake in the house and looking for Cash by the time he returned, so he just went away. After the police picked him up and the other boy, who were seeing more people's porch videos a couple of blocks down, where they ducked voice body in the street, the other kid turned over his phone recordings to the police, showing them what happened because he recorded the whole thing. So hence, you have a third party also putting out a narrative that says that there are other people involved. Don't we? We have other people involved, then we should also know that other people involved outside of Darian were also questioned. This is a statement. This was made public. Why did Kurt Pinkerton make this statement and make it public? What did he want us to know? At that particular time, and in the way that he did. Why didn't he sign a statement, affidavit, with the police department regarding this statement here on Facebook? Why did he have to put it on social media? Who is Kurt Pinkerton anyway? And so with that, I'm sure Darian Brown's attorney, Heath Harris, has got a lot of questions for him. I'm sure that Heath Harris wants to know the same thing. How was he able to obtain that information? How was he able to ascertain that information? Has Kurt Pinkerton given the police that statement verbatim to the Facebook post that he made? If so, why doesn't Heath Harris have it? Darian Brown's defense attorney. Is this a true statement that Kurt Pinkerton made, or was he just talking? Making a post, a social post, so to speak. We need to ask that question, and he needs to be questioned. A deposition needs to be taken from him. A deposition needs to be taken from Monica. A deposition needs to be taken from Cameron. A deposition needs to be taken from Cameron's sister. A deposition needs to be taken from the neighbors across the street and anyone associated with Cameron, being that that was the house to go to. We have Valerie Baston, which was requested by Heath Harris on 2 occasions. A second request was posted by Mr. Harris asking for Valerie Baston of the Cochran firm in Texas, and that's the Johnny Cochran firm out of the O.J. Simpson trial, to assist him in this defense. This was a very smart move for Mr. Harris to do. And obviously, Valerie has got the credentials to defend this case, to look at all of what is supposed to be in front of them on their desk now, which they don't have. So why is that? Why isn't the DA cooperating with a court order, knowing that Heath Harris is the representing defense attorney for Darian Brown, requesting all information, evidence, video surveillance, you name it, forensics? When the autopsy and toxicology report comes out, he'll want a copy of that. So will she. Why is it they don't have it and it's almost 30 days later from the request? What's really going on? How does a defense attorney defend a case when they don't have it in front of them by the prosecution? Does it tell you something? Does it begin to tell you something? Why hasn't the DA taken their case to the grand jury for an indictment of a capital murder charge against Darian Brown as of yet? What's taken them so long if they've got all the evidence that they need to prosecute and feels like this is a slam dunk case for them? What's going on? Well, I'm going to tell you what's going on. This is the reason why you're here. I needed to build the story. These are the charges, according to the district attorney, against Darian Brown. It's been filed with the magistrate, with the court. This is appointment of counsel for indigent defendant. And as you can see, State of Texas versus Darian Ronell Brown, Criminal District Court, number 1, Dallas County, in Texas, filed all these charges. I want you to pay attention to the dates in the left-hand corner. I want you to pay attention to the offense. You pay attention to the district court that it has landed in, and I want you to pay careful attention to the case number that it has been assigned. I'm going to give you a moment. I want you to study it. Has anyone seen this document and these charges? Type a 1 in the room. Now we go to work. I'm cutting to the chase. Has anyone seen these charges laid out just the way you see before you? Yes, it can be a little blurry. It's too blurry. Okay. Thank you, StreamYard. Thank you, YouTube. Okay. There are some that are familiar, and there are others that are not. We have a kidnapping charge offense listed here. We have a burglary habitation, intent of other felony charge, felony 1. Here, we have injury child / elderly disabled with intent bodily injury charge, number 3. We have burglary habitation, intent other felony, felony 1, again, from February. And then we have the capital murder charge as of May 15th. So you have to ask yourself, wow, I got all these charges against this young 18-year-old, and they had charges on him since February. Why would February charges of burglary and injury to a child, an elderly disabled, with the intent of bodily harm, injury, be posted on this listing? They got Darian Brown in jail, and they got him for kidnapping because of what they saw in the video surveillance footage. Okay, we can buy some of that. Even though it's circumstantial evidence, we can buy that. We did see someone take a child from a room and walk out the room with them. They may have kidnapped them, but then again, they may have brought them to the bathroom. They may have brought them to the kitchen. They may have brought them back into the living room. But we go from a burglary and injury charge on February 8th, and then end up with a kidnapping charge on the 15th, a burglary habitation on the 15th, and then capital murder on the 15th. The same day cash was found. Is there something going on here? Do you see what I see? Can you see what I see? Defendant's name is Darian Ronell Brown. Date of birth, got his address, gender, race, custody location, an appointed attorney. Same one we just got finished mentioning, which is Valerie Baston. I'm showing you this because this is what you need to see. This appointment must be confirmed by 10 a.m. the following business day using the defense portal. If you fail to notify the court by confirming receipt, the appointment does not become effective. A different attorney will be appointed to the case, and you will not be compensated for this appointment. Counsel is required to contact the accused within 48 hours of receipt of this order/appointment by mail or in person, with an in-person visit being the preferred method of contact as required by Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 26.04. And it states your client is entitled to a formal adversarial bail review hearing before a felony/misdemeanor court judge in Dallas County. If your client's case has been pre-assigned to a felony/misdemeanor court, please inform the coordinator of the court in which it has been pre-assigned. You may need to file a writ of habeas corpus to invoke the court's jurisdiction prior to your hearing. The writ form is in the clerk's office for your convenience. If your client is interested in a grand jury waiver, please contact the assistant district attorney assigned to your client's case. Attorney appointed out of rotation by signed judicial order or appointed by judges designee according to Dallas County approved policy. This was signed off by Beth Doyle. Obviously, the date is June 10th. Okay. So we have this document in the hands of Valerie Baston and, of course, Heath Harris, of all the charges that were made against Darian Brown. And I'm sure they had a load of questions pertaining to each charge. All right. Appointment of counsel for indigent defendant. Someone who cannot afford an attorney is what is deemed indigent. Just to let you know what that is. Okay, so we got that out the way. However, we take a look once again at an appointment of counsel for indigent defendant. Same title. However, what do you see there? As best as you can see it. Do you see 5 charges or do you see 2 charges? Do you see 5 charges or do you see 2? Type a 1 if you see 5, type a 2 if you see 2. Okay. People are starting to look at 2 charges here. My goodness. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Everybody, just keep going. Do you see 5 or do you see 2? What's going on? Darian Ronell Brown, same date of birth. Heath Harris is the appointed attorney at this time. Same thing, same measures by the court applies to Mr. Heath Harris for just 2 charges. I hope you have your writing notebooks next to you because you're going to need to take some notes as we have discussed in our lives. Court-appointed designee delivering this document is Miss Beth Doyle. 2 charges to 5 charges. What's up? Let's go back to that just for a second. Trying to get it as big as I can so you can sing it, because I know that, let me see if I can do this. The 5 charges again. I'll try to blow the screen up a little bit for those that can't see. And the dates matter the most, because when they arrested Darian Brown, they didn't arrest him for capital murder on the 15th, did they? They didn't arrest Darian Brown for capital murder on the 15th for what happened to Cash Garner on the 15th, who went missing from his crib on the 15th, who was taken out of his bedroom on the 15th, and who was laid out in the street on the 15th. No. But they are posting it as of the 15th. Pay careful attention. Yet, also on the 15th, they have a kidnapping charge. Top line, on the 15th. A burglary charge, habitation, intent with other felony, on the 15th. So they have 3 charges on the 15th. How could they possibly do that when the case began when they started investigating the case on the 15th? Yet we have 2 charges that stem back into February 8th. Why are those 2 charges there if it had nothing to do with capital murder? Why are these 2 charges there if it had nothing to do with what happened to Cash? How come the Dallas Police Department included 2 additional charges on top of 3 that were done on one date and 2 done almost 3 months and 10 days earlier? Is it possible? Could you really do that? I'm going to charge you with capital murder, kidnapping, and burglary on one day, but let me go back into the past a little bit and throw in these extra charges too. You get where I'm going? This is what this document says. That was given to Valerie Baston. What ran through her mind when she saw this? Why did Heath Harris ask an attorney from the Cochran firm to join him regarding this case? Well, because this is what Heath Harris saw. In fact, he not only saw this, this is a trial ticket under the Criminal District Court number 1, Dallas County, Texas, was filled out by attorney Heath Harris in reference to Darian Brown's defense. He sent this into the court June 10th. This was a second request from Ms. Valerie Baston to join his legal defense team in regards to the charges against Darian Brown. Oh, let's take a look at something else. Now, this is going to be a little bit blurry. This was from his office, Heath Harris. Based on the charges against Darian Brown, sent to Judge Clinton, which states, I was appointed to represent Mr. Brown on his felony cases assigned to your court. Since my initial appointment, the state has filed additional felony cases. I am requesting that you appoint Valerie Baston to assist me in Mr. Brown's defense. We have worked together in the past, and she is qualified to assist Mr. Brown's defense. He sees what's going on. This was on his letterhead and signed by him. And signed by him on June 9th. For all 5 cases, not just the capital murder case, not just the kidnapping case, but we're talking about every single case that was open on Darian Brown since February. Are you getting where I'm going yet? This is going to be exciting because we're about to delve into something they ain't talking about. Heath Harris has got all these cases he wants Valerie to handle along with him. Where am I going? Oh, this is, we're getting to the juice. We're getting to the juice now. All right. Let me see where I wanted to start. That burglary habitation charge back in February. What the hell is that about? Why are they including that in a capital murder charge? What happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened. There was a warrant out for Darian Brown's arrest. This was a signed warrant and statement that was made. And we're going to go over it for those that don't know. Because when you do know, then you begin to see the picture differently. Well, let's take a look at this statement. Affidavit for arrest warrant, County of Dallas. Before me, the undersigned authority on this day personally appeared, the undersigned affiant who, after being duly sworn by me on oath, stated, my name is Detective Amber Roman, badge number 10541, and I am the peace officer of the city of Dallas, Dallas County, Texas. I, the affiant, have good reason and do believe that on or about the 8th day of February of 2021, one name of suspect, Darian Rennell Brown, did then and there in the city of Dallas, Dallas County, Texas, commit the offense of burglary and of habitation, a violation of section 30.02 of the Texas Penal Code. Affiant believes is the affiant's belief is based upon the following facts and information which the affiant received from affiant's personal investigation of the alleged offense. Detective Hector Puentes Jr., badge number 9522, and Detective Corey Foreman, badge number 6997, a fellow peace officer of the city of Dallas, Dallas County, Texas, who personally participated in the investigation of this alleged offense, providing this information to affiant and whose information affiant believes to be credible. Okay. This sounds serious. Well, let's take a look at what they wrote in February. If you've seen this before and I go over it, no problem. Good due diligence on your part. If you have not seen this document before, and this is the first time on my channel that you are actually viewing this document and listening to the content thereof, good for you. Let us continue. On February 8th of 2021, at about 11:30 a.m., suspect Darian Brown committed, and here we have something interesting. Do you see handwriting on this document, burglary of habitation, and other things crossed out? Let me give it to you straight so you see it that way. Hold on. Bear with me. Oh, I'm going to move this over. Oh, thank you. There it is. Do you see what I see? Do you see handwriting written on this document and other items within the body of the document crossed out? Type of 1 for yes, 2 for no. Y'all see that? Yeah, Terry, no initials. Y'all see this? Do you see this? Come on, type of 1. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, type of 1. This is an original court document. It was pulled exactly from the court website. You have something actually scratched out, handwritten, in its place, representing a specific charge. Let me do this. Let me be very kind to get rid of that border. I can put it in blue. I can put it in white. You can't miss this. This is very interesting information. Okay, so let us continue. Now, there will be a name that's shown up here. I'm not doing it deliberately, but I am going to post a disclaimer at this time. That disclaimer is regarding a public document and regarding fair use. Since this document has been made public and is accessible to the public, there is no intentional harm based upon the individuals that are named therein. And no use or intent of harm is based on those individuals that are written therein as well. This is all for educational purposes pertaining to the subject matter of this live. No copyright infringement is intended. Compliant. Let's start right here. If you can see, okay, I got to do things simply so people can see where I'm at. I'm in this area right here. If you can see my cursor. Right in there. Okay. Let's start there. I'll turn it blue. Maybe you can see it a little bit better. Compliant. Let's just call him M. Berry. Was inside his residence when suspect Darian Rennell Brown pulled open his front screen door, defeating the lock, and made entry into the compliant Berry's residence without his consent. The suspect stated to the compliant, the homeowner, he was looking for his girlfriend and proceeded to walk through the homeowner's residence, going through the individual rooms and closets. The homeowner told the suspect his girlfriend was not inside his house and demanded that the suspect leave immediately. The suspect stated that he was not going to leave until he found his girlfriend. The homeowner picked up a kitchen knife and tried to lead the suspect out of his residence through the garage door. Here we go with another garage. The suspect began walking out of the homeowner's garage, and the homeowner shut the interior door, then connected his garage and residence. The suspect re-entered the homeowner's garage prior to the garage door shutting completely and began kicking and damaging the interior door. The homeowner opened the door and the suspect re-entered the residence and then punched the homeowner in his forehead, causing pain. We've heard this story, but it wasn't told to us like this. The suspect walked toward the kitchen area and into a secondary living room where juvenile 2-year-old was asleep on a couch. The suspect grabbed the juvenile and began to carry her toward the laundry room located in the rear of the residence adjacent to the garage door. The homeowner demanded the suspect to let the juvenile go, but the suspect continued to carry the juvenile while walking toward the door. The homeowner, fearing the suspect would take the juvenile from the residence, physically removed the juvenile from the suspect's grasp. The homeowner placed the juvenile on the couch and then confronted the suspect again in the kitchen. The suspect punched the homeowner a secondary time in the face, causing pain, and then fled the residence out of the back door, and the homeowner called the police. Responding Patrol Officer Robert Garcia, badge number 7346, and Kevin Dwayne Christensen, badge number 10128, responded to the homeowner's residence, who provided his statement regarding the details of what had occurred with the suspect, but informed officers he did not want to press charges against the suspect, so no offense report was generated on this date. Officers determined through their investigation that Darian Rennell Brown was a danger to himself and others. Who? Officers determined through their investigation that suspect Darian Rennell Brown was a danger to himself and others. Suspect was taken into custody on an apprehension by a peace officer without warrant exception, a social service referral. Who determined that? Officers did, not the homeowner. Concluding this, or getting close to it, we jump to May 18th. May 18th. Isn't that 3 days past the time that Cash was found dead in the street? It is. So, on May 18th of 2021, Child Abuse Detective Hector Puentes Jr., badge number 9522, and Detective Corey Furman, 6997, met with the homeowner at his residence and conducted an interview with him about the details of the events that originally occurred on February 8th of 2021. The homeowner provided his statement to Detective Foreman and Detective Puentes and informed them that 2 weeks after the original offense, he ran into the suspect at a nearby Walmart, and the homeowner stated that the suspect approached. We're getting good at this now, because we're almost done. Approached him and stated he was sorry for breaking into his house and trying to take his grandchild. The interview was recorded by Detective Puentes. The homeowner confirmed to detectives that he wanted to proceed with pressing charges against the suspect. Detective Puentes Jr. generated an offense report from the homeowner on May 18th, 3 days after Cash was found. Now, why did he do that? Why did he change his mind after nearly 3 months? What did they say to this homeowner regarding that offense then to the time now that made that homeowner change his mind? Especially after he was approached by Darian. And Darian, admittingly knowing he was wrong, approached him and said he was sorry. Then on May 20th of 2021, Detectives Amber Roman, 10-541, was assigned this offense and began reviewing the offense report. Detective Roman reviewed the body camera footage from the original incident on February 8th. Detective Roman spoke to Detective Puentes Jr., who briefed her on the case and informed her he recorded his interview with the homeowner. Detective Roman reviewed Detective Puentes Jr. and Detective Foreman's interview with the homeowner on May 18th. And then on May 25th, 2021, Detective Roman made contact with the homeowner to confirm if the homeowner or juvenile suffered any injuries on the date of the original offense. The homeowner stated he was offended and felt pain after being hit by the suspect, but did not suffer any additional injuries. The homeowner stated the juvenile did not suffer any pain or injuries, but was startled and began to cry when she woke to the suspect holding her. This all sounds like a movie. This is the document This is the story as to how Darian Brown was arrested. Do you get it? 3 months later. Do you get it? Are you getting it? Somebody changes their mind not only 3 months later, but 3 days after the fact that Cash had died. This information is all throughout the whole neighborhood, posted on news media. And now this person on the 18th, 3 days later, after Cash had been found dead, changes their mind. Let that sink in, people. This is what they arrested Darian Brown for to begin with. It wasn't the capital murder charge, folks. They had to go back to February to come back to May. This is what the Dallas Police Department is doing, and here are the documents right in your face to prove exactly what they did and who is responsible for doing such. When you see something like this occur, you begin to think of profiling. You begin to think target. You begin to think, we got to go through this again. Kind of thought. You may have other words for it, but I just wanted to use just a few to remind you of what you would think. Anyway, paying careful attention to this arrest warrant and understanding the ramifications of it and where it stemmed from, we can only begin to think as to why the Dallas Police Department went searching for Darian to begin with. It wasn't about Cash Garner. Not from February. Going all the particulars over this one. Ooh, yeah. Now we got May 21st. Executed. Oh, excuse me. Not May 21st. May 16th. The day after Cash was found. May 16th, the day after Cash was found. Who was in jail? Well, I guess we'll find out. This was the arrest statement, the arrest warrant before me undersigned. I'm just going to skip the particulars on that, and I'm going to shoot to May 15th, because here is where the butter meets the bread. On May 15th of 2021, suspect Darian Rennell Brown, black male, his date of birth, committed the offense of kidnapping against the homeowner, Cash Gernon, white male, date of birth. This offense occurred at the said address in the said city of Dallas, Dallas County, Texas. On May 15th at about 6:52 a.m., witness A. Squires, walking in the 700 block of Saddle Ridge Drive, Dallas, Texas, when she saw a male child laying on the street. The child was laying in a puddle of blood and was not responsive. Dallas Fire Rescue arrived and did not transport the child as he was discovered to be deceased. At about 10:48, Miss M. Sherrod called 911 to report that a 4-year-old white male could not be located. Dallas Police Child Abuse Detective F. Perez responded to Ms. Sherrod's residence located at the said address and met with Ms. Sherrod. She stated that she was caring for the missing 4-year-old who is her boyfriend's child and identified him as Cash Gernon, white male, age 4. She stated that he was last seen wearing shorts, and she showed Detective Perez a video clip that she had on her phone of Cash Gernon. The residence was searched after obtaining written consent from Monica, and the missing child could not be located. The location where the deceased child was located is approximately 8 blocks away from the said address. A search warrant was obtained for the location of the said address, and an Arlo video surveillance system was operating inside of the residence with a camera inside the compliance room, bedroom. Video footage from the surveillance system showed that on, I gotta scroll down. Hmm. 5/15/2021 at about 5 a.m. in the morning, the compliant was removed from his crib as he was sleeping by an unknown male. The compliant is seen being carried from the crib. Witness Monica Sherrod viewed the video and identified the suspect as the person who removed the compliant from his crib without her consent. Compliant has yet to be officially identified as the deceased juvenile male by the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office, but based on the video surveillance recovered and photographs provided by Ms. Sherrod, I.O. Perez believes that the deceased juvenile male is Cash Gernon. Dallas Police, Child Abuse Detective Puentes and Green met with the suspect at his residence, and then he was transported to the law enforcement wing of the Dallas Children Advocacy Center and interviewed. This is all signed. They believed her to go get him, pick him up, have him interviewed, and have him arrested. That's where we are, folks. And they didn't arrest him for this. They arrested him for February. They had to hold him on something. Think of it. They held Darian Brown on a previous offense that was never written up. That's my point. Now, do you believe that? Homeowner didn't want to press charges, did not press charges, let the offense go for 3 months, 3 days, and then turned around and changed his mind because 3 days later after Cash went missing, that's the story that got out. And then on the 18th, turned around and said, yeah, I want to press charges too. That goes back to February. Are you getting this? This is the case, folks. All signed off by these people. And they love to use the word in jail. Let's take a look at the actual arrest sheet. I mean, you came here tonight to get something. I'm giving it to you. Okay. I'm going to skip the particulars on the top line. Let's go to charge. Warrant, Dallas PD, no bond. Kidnapping, no bond. Here's what they state. Narrative written by A.O.J. Griffith, badge number 11396. On 5/15 at about 7:12 a.m., arresting officers Griffith, Milton were dispatched to the said address regarding a 4001 call. Arrested person, Darian Ronell Brown, was placed under arrest at his said address and was transported to the Child Advocacy Center to be interviewed by the child abuse detective. Arrested person Brown was transported and then booked into Dallas County Jail. Child abuse detective Perez walked a warrant, which was signed by a magistrate. Arrested person Brown was positively identified by an AIS photo, which was hashtag number 311 3351. Could that be the photo that we've been seeing Darian Brown in on social media? Could that be the photo they're referring to? Arrested person was positively identified. That's how they did it. It's not called catch and release. In jail. They love that. Obviously, the arrest sheet goes on. I wanted to point out some things that we tried to point out in the video surveillance footage about size, height, weight. Darian Brown's 6 foot, weighs 150 pounds, black, medium complexion, brown eyes, black hair, thin, and it just says other for no regarding facial hair. Is that who we see in the video surveillance? Do they have the right person in jail? Do they have the right person in jail? What makes that video surveillance footage murder content for the Dallas Police Department, folks? The DA better have something a whole lot heavier than that from the Daily Mail. The DA better have neighborhood surveillance footage. From other neighbors, other residents, other folks. And so, with that said, we got some shady stuff going on with the police department, obviously, as you can see from what we've covered so far. Heath Harris caught on to it. They're not letting him have any records. They're not letting him have any photos. They're not letting him have anything pertaining to DNA evidence, physical evidence such as the clothes that the police stated that they had collected. Still awaiting autopsy, toxicology, and medical evaluation. Do they have all of what they need to post a capital murder charge against Darian Brown right now? Ask yourself that question and then answer it yourself. Absolutely. Terry says no. Tracy says no. Kathy says no. Kat says no. Michelle says no. Deborah Rogers says no. William Sanders, nope. Skeet says no. Nan says no. Obviously, Jennifer Rebecca, that's a no. Gail Thornberry, no. Maya, no. Little Maz, no. Miss Weaver, nope. Donna Alms, nope. G Money, absolutely not. John Q. Hell no. Dawn of Destruction. Zam says no. Zig Ryder says no. Charlene Ferguson says no, no, no. Carlene Johnson says nah. Lorraine Muhammad says no. Love True Crime says no. Raising Cain says no. Hawkeye Seneca says we really don't know what they have. Yeah, exactly. But what we got tells us a little bit about what they have, don't it? Don't it? Okay, let us continue. We got more. When it rains, it pours, and we've just been trickling this. Motion for appointed investigator that was stated. Motion that was given to the courts by Darian Brown's attorney. And this was a very simple motion to the honorable judge of the court. Here's what the motion says. Knowing all of what you now know that we've covered already, and in the mind of defense attorney Heath Harris, in the mind of Valerie Baston, who's secondary attorney on this case, working for the Cochran firm, out of Texas, he sees what's going on. Is this some kind of profiling? Is this some kind of targeting? Come now, Darian Brown, defendant by and through his attorney of record, Heath Harris, in the above styled and numbered cause, and moves the court to appoint an investigator to assist in his counsel in this case, and for the cause would show the court as follows. Line item number 1, defendant is charged with the offenses of burglary, habitation, intent other felony, and kidnapping, a first-degree felony and a third-degree felony. The defendant is unable to pay an attorney to represent him in this case. Line item 2, the court has appointed an undersigned counsel to represent the defendant in this case. The defendant also requests that the court appoint Sammy Glaspie as investigator in this case, and to assist defense counsel in representing the defendant. Wherefore, the defendant prays that this court appoints an investigator and authorizes the payment of reasonable fees and expenses for investigation related to his case. This was sent from the law office of Heath Harris, defense attorney for Darian Brown. The court came back, State of Texas versus Darian Brown, order appointing investigator. came on to be considered the motion for appointment of investigator of defendant Gordon Kirk in this case. Upon consideration of the motion and argument of counsel, it is hereby granted. The court hereby appoints Sammy Glaspie to provide investigative services to the defendant and to his/her counsel in order to assist the defendant's counsel in representing the defendant in this case. The court hereby authorizes the payment of reasonable investigative fees and expenses upon submission of a statement of fees and expenses incurred. The court said yes. Let's go down to it. Granted for the sum of $2,000 without additional request. It is so ordered. May 24th, 2021. Judge presiding, I can't read the pharmaceutical signature on the bottom. Why did Heath Harris make a motion to have an independent investigator investigate all 5 cases since February until the May charge of capital murder in this case? He is to report back to the court once he has completed his findings in order for the district attorney to either proceed with the motion of filing for a capital murder charge with the grand jury to indict Darian on the said charge on the table, which is capital murder. This is why the charge is taking so long to actually stick. This is what's taking so long for the Dallas Police Department to come in with the rest of the evidence that they have against Darian Brown. This is why we've been waiting so long for this case to move forward. Once again, does the DA have a strong case going forward? In your mind? Do they have everything they need for a lock, stock, and barrel drop in the bucket and hanging Darian Brown out for the death of Cash Gernon? As you can see it from tonight's live, as we've discussed the information from tonight's live in your mind and in the information that we're following carefully and closely with other content creators right on board and nipping at the heels of this information, do you see that the DA has a case against Darian Brown for pressing charges of a capital murder charge against him? Are they using something against Darian Brown to help Darian Brown either go to jail for life for the death of Cash Gernon, or is it a death penalty cry? And in Texas is a death penalty state. Will the DA ask for the death penalty if they get their way? Will the DA have enough conclusive evidence to convince a jury of 12 that Darian Brown murdered Cash Gernon, and they got the proof to back it up? At this particular time, folks, I don't think so. Do you? They're trying to hang Darian Brown out the window because Monica Sherrod said, yeah, that's the dude in the video on my phone. They go to question Darian Brown about maybe something else, take him down to the Child Abuse Center for questioning. Detectives are there to also question him, in addition to why they brought him there to begin with, and then book him. Not on anything recent from the 3 charges that existed on the 15th of May, but on previous charges that were never even reported in the month of February. From someone who accepted Darian Brown's apology for doing what he did on that particular day. So what got to, I would like to call that person Mr. February? These charges are trumped up, folks. You take a look at the timeline that we've covered here tonight on the legal side of what's going on with Darian Brown's case. You take a look at the people who are involved on the legal side as pushing and promoting this capital murder charge for the DA's office. You take a look at the evidence still outstanding from this case. What's going to come back from the autopsy report? We shall find out. What would be the cause of death? Obviously, the medical examiner is going to pinpoint the major cause of death, which is the stabbing that was involved. However, there are going to be other contributing factors supporting that cause of death. And we need to pay very careful attention to the contributing factors of that death rather than the major direct point cause of death. Where did the knife come from? Where was the knife found? Was forensics done on the knife to identify Darian Brown? Was the DNA evidence that was found on Darian's clothes actually on his clothes? Did someone from the crime scene decide to be an alpha male and do something else? I'm putting it out there because these questions will be answered. These questions will be answered. That's the way I come. That's what I'm looking at. Some of you are shocked. Damn, John Q. Man, are you digging or what? I didn't expect this tonight. Well, if you didn't, okay. Well, we're talking about somebody's life. We're talking about Cash Gernon's life. We're talking about Carter's life going forward. We're talking about the healing for the family. We're talking about this. This is what we've been given. This right here. This is what we heads or tails out of. Whether someone was at the window, possibly. Whether someone actually caught this on video, possibly. That needs to show up in this case. Whether there was someone staying at the sliding glass door doing any kind of videotaping, possibly. Whether the light in the room was coming from the dining room along with a secondary light in the room to illuminate the room as we see it here, possibly. Whether this is Darian Brown, Cameron Morey, Honcho Bands, or one of their friends that they hang out with at the house during their smoke sessions and video sessions. Whether that rap song that Honcho Bands did with Cameron Morey meant really something about what we see here, or was it just something out of their imagination at the time? Whether we know that this is an abduction here before us, or whether this was staged and played out, so that the day clip can actually show Darian Brown being the one in the house and the night clip showing us something entirely different. You see it for yourself. We've covered this. Is that somebody who may be 6 foot tall, 150 pounds? We can't tell what color hair, what color eyes, skin tone, but it is an off shade compared to Carter getting in the bed. How meticulous these moves that we see in this room are right here, right now, in front of you. Why these moves were made and what motives were behind it. As I said in my last live, did Cash do something to somebody? Is this a sign of schizophrenia? Or is this a sign of complete intent? And is this video given to us so that we can all join in and say, yeah, that may be who everybody else is talking about? And if it is, send him to jail. Hang him for it. That's what we're looking at. That is exactly what we're looking at. And once again, this is that little device in the room capturing all these moments. An Arlo security system, camera. There are many of those items that Heath Harris is looking for that's within the house. He stated that. If Monica Sherrod had all this security system, is as sharp as she was to have it in the first place, and in the areas of the house as she did have it, why didn't she respond when this was occurring? What was happening with her? 5 o'clock in the morning. Why did she get up and make a non-emergency call at 6:53? Maybe even slightly earlier than that. It was supposedly a burglary call on a non-emergency line. But the real call, the big one, came at 10:48. The 911 call. And then later thereafter or before, could have been just a few minutes here or there. Police get a call from Miss Square, Antoinese Square. finding a child out in the street, deceased. And then we see, watch this now. And then we see from 6:48 from that 911 call, 6:53, excuse me, from that 911 call that was made. Well, this is what happened. Here at 7:27, nearly a half hour later. Here, allegedly the same person shows up in the same house, same place, same room, different clothes, and he doesn't look like he's bothered by anything. Not a thing. Meandering around in the same place he took a child out a couple of hours ago. This is supposed to tell us all of the story right here. A room at night, not even looking anywhere near the room in the day, which is in total disarray. And his brother Carter. What is he to think about all this? What has he thought about all this? What has Carter been feeling about all this? I can just imagine. I can just imagine. Let me see what kind of time I have. Okay. All right. I wanted to cover this with you tonight. Give you a little bit more of a better perspective with some additional information that we didn't have before, that we do have now. Give folks an opportunity to sink in some new information that you may not have had before I came on here. And if you did have it from another content creator, God bless them for putting it out. I know that there are a number of content creators that have put out information similar to the information that we've covered on paper. I'm just bold enough to show it to you on paper. Tiffany Marie is bold enough to show you on paper. She took you on a website that she goes to ascertain the information for the case at hand, told you how to get there, told you what links to click, told you when that phone call was made, the non-emergency phone call, and she also told you when the 911 call was made. That's where I got the information from, and I followed up on it, and that is absolutely accurate. Thank you, Tiffany Marie. Miss Molly Golightly, she covered this case with interviews on her phone of people in the surrounding area who will talk to her about the experience in the neighborhood pertaining to the crime and the violence that's going on in that particular neighborhood. They can even talk to you about Monica Sherrod's house in various different intimate ways on her channel. AB, Abnormal Detector, has covered this case back and forth. He has got Facebook posts like you would not believe of people talking. SP News Nuggets has got people calling her. She's calling out to try to get calls back in. And she's posting these interviews on her live platform. Q Carlock has done a magnificent job in covering this case, giving you her raw, straight up, on the table, 1,000% opinion as to what she sees based on her perspective. I respect and admire these people that I've talked to you about. They care. For us to do what we do on our platforms like this, like you've experienced here tonight on my channel, we care. That's where all this is coming from. Boss Blake cares. He puts it out there. He puts it straight. He told me today, I thought it was a open and shut case, John. Looked like that at first. And hence the reason for an appearance of the fourth kind. Things that are not, but yet appear to be. And he knows me. He knows my work. He said, John, if you think that there's a whole lot more to it, man, I stand right behind you. And whatever it is that you come up with, I know is going to be real. I stand side to side with these folks on a social media platform called YouTube, not Yahoo, really. And there are other people on their platforms trying to distract and deter everyone's attention entirely into an entirely different direction. Now, why is that? Just take a look at it with your eyes. All motive is there. Who likes Monica Sherrod? Who doesn't? Who likes Cameron Morey? Who doesn't? You'll get it. But for the folks that I've rubbed social media shoulders with, God bless you. Thank you for being there for me, because I hope I'm there just like you are for me. I'm there for you. The content that I bring on my channel regarding this case looks to complement your content on your channel regarding the case. That's what this is about. And by collaborating independently from one another, but collectively together, we bring more facts on social media here on YouTube than the DA in Dallas, Texas has got on his table, holding up the defense attorney for Darian Brown's caseload. What is he afraid of? I can give you a hint. Based on the paperwork we've covered tonight, I can give you a good hint. That hint is circumstantial evidence. Not direct evidence. Just circumstantial. Things that happen to be in the area and time and place as other things were, but yet not pointing directly to the target. I'm glad Harris Heath is on this case. Brother, you got a good one. You stick and stay, and you build your team like you need to find out the truth and the facts of the matter, because a child's life was taken. A man's life is at stake. And the future of that family rides with what happens regarding this case. Valerie Baston joining Heath Harris, thank you from the Cochran firm. You got much love coming from John Q. You've got credentials that far exceed a lot of, let's just say, a lot of other attorneys out there that was willing to jump on board with Heath Harris to take on this monumental case. And for the independent investigator that's looking into what happened into February and why the police blamed Darian Brown for February stuff rather than May stuff, yeah, I hope you do find out. I know you will find out. Why did that homeowner change his mind? What did the Dallas Police Department, say to him to change his mind? Was it his wife? Was it after the community collectively got together and did that news conference, that press conference with the police department and city officials saying that they were afraid of the community? They were afraid to go out of their homes. Things have to change. The police never respond on time, and et cetera, et cetera. Is that what made this case push so far forward so fast that the DA decided to drop a capital murder charge on Darian Brown? Start to tie the pieces together, folks. You see where they're going. You see where they're going. You could see where these folks are going. Now, I'm not one to throw a race card anywhere. I don't look for it. But is there an extreme prejudice here as an underlying factor somehow? Just a thought. Just a thought. Nothing to take and grab and run with, but just a thought. The way the paperwork is reading in front of us tonight, the way the situations and circumstances are unfolding in front of us. It was stated that there was a mental illness that's involved in this case. And when that report comes out, I will be the first one, along with the autopsy and the toxicology report, to go over it with you. Because when I go over that stuff, I get deep. I'd not only read in between the lines, I read on the back of the paper. I did so in the Kanika Jenkins case, and I'll do so here in this one. Because this one, they got to get it right. They got to get it right. Either you get it right or you're all wrong. So far, you're not even coming out of the gate straight. And Mr. Harris, you press on and you do what you have to do. And in 30 days after that writ stating that you are representing Darian Brown and that you are entitled to all the evidence, video surveillance, evidence that are supposedly is going to come from the toxicology lab, the autopsy report, the mental evaluation that's done on Darian. Get it all, brother. Get it all. Valerie will back you up because she's got a team of other attorneys from the Cochran firm that have definitely have more experience put together and combined to tear that up if it comes back wrong. And hopefully the investigator that was initiated and confirmed and approved by the court comes back straight too. Okay. Whew. I've said it. Part 6. Interesting? Perhaps. Intriguing? Absolutely. I'm going to go and start reading comments from the chat. I know you've been rolling this table on in the chat room for a little. Where am I? 10:55. Okay. The last live lasted far longer than I expected, but I wanted to cut to the chase tonight, get to the point. Let me see if I got into everything. I close that. I close that. Oh. In our last live, Kenny Earl and Miss Deborah Rogers had came up on my platform. We discussed a number of different ideas, different thought processes regarding what we just got finished seeing moments ago. And Kenny was able to share with me, and many of you have been asking me about Kenny's link on YouTube. I've been going back and forth with him on email, trying to get the link so I can put it in the last live in the description box. And Kenny's working on that. Kenny's not only working on that, but he's working on the content that he talked about in our last live. In fact, he was not only on my live, he was on Q Carlock's live and walked her through video enhancement that he did with her. And they collaborated a good almost maybe 30 minutes or so like that on Q's Miss Q. I have to call her Miss Q. She is a woman of distinction on her channel, covering the information concerning that video surveillance footage. And I'm just glad I just thought of it, because guess what I got? Guess what I got? Let me see if I can if I can do it. Where did I have it? Oh, okay, I'll just do it in reverse. All right, so let's do this. You can see what he was talking about. So that you can see what he was talking about, I got to go back to screen share. And we'll get there once I go back to screen share. And I will bring up the tab that I have, the video that he sent me. And this is the video that he sent me. An enhanced version of the same video piece that we saw. You will see a big difference in what he was looking at. You will see now the room in an entirely different viewpoint. Your perception will adjust to it. Your perspective will begin crystallizing everything now in a different way. And he was able to enhance this enough for us to see a little bit more, understand a little bit more. I talked to you about a crime scene being three-dimensional. We'll be able to see the floor, the walls, the windows, and the ceiling. Elements in it, around it, and about it. So I'm going to play it for you, natural speed. And then what I'm going to do, if, okay, if Kenny is in the room, I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to drop the link in a moment. I'm going to ask certain people to come up. If Tiffany Marie is still in the room, I would love for her to come up. There is some additional information I would like her to share regarding another case, regarding a petition for James Beal. Those of you who don't know who James Beal is, if Tiffany Marie is still in the room, I would love for her to come up and share that little piece of information. Also, the petition on where you can make your contribution to it. It is a major factor in helping to get justice for James Beal. The story is absolutely incredible on what the mother went through to try to get justice, on all the things that she was blamed for. And this is why I rub shoulders with what I find in reference to YouTube, people making positive contributions, the best. That's the only thing that I'll share with you on my channel anyway. Let's take a look at this in different contrast. This is an enhanced version of what Kenny Earl sent to me to share with you. And if Kenny is in the room, you will come up. Tiffany Marie will come up. Boss Blake, if you're still here, to come up. Skeet, if you'd like to come up too. I've been trying to get Humongous to come up if he's here. But we'll see what happens. Okay? Let's take a look at this enhanced version given to us by Kenny Earl. I've watched this and I was definitely enlightened by not only reviewing it, I'm still analyzing it for points made previous to this video being sent to me, but also I'm finding other things. So I'll let you see it for yourself. Let me see if I can just do this. And then do this. Let you see what you see now. Darian or Cameron? Let's ask those questions once again. Miss Q Carlock, much love to you. She made a statement on her channel that said, "This is the most horrific and creepiest video she's ever seen." And I have to say ditto to that, because it is. See it clearly. See more of it now. When we take a look at a video piece like this and begin to analyze it, begin to profile it for a case investigation of our own, we get to see a lot of different things in different ways. This was a complement to the information that I was able to cover in part 1, 2, and 4 regarding this particular piece, because now you see it enhanced. The lighting is far brighter. The contrast is far sharper. You're able to pick up items in the room far clearer than you did before. The room's orientation, the height of the intruder, the abduction of Cash, the color contrast between Cash and the abductor, the lighting of the clothes, hair, face, glasses, shoes, pants, surrounding areas of the floor, crib, windows, walls, ceiling. This is people working together. Thank you, Kenny Earl, for sending me this for review and analysis. I may have some additional notes on this. I wanted to bring it to you live as soon as I got it. There will be a part 7 to follow up with this particular piece of information here, because there are some details in it that are definitely there that we want to discuss. Definitely. You see it for yourself. Once again, Carter going to the bed. Room orientation. Things in the room. Windows, floors, walls, ceiling, items. I'm going to agree with Q Carlock. Cash did not move when his brother got into bed at all. Gives us the impression that something may have happened before Carter entered the room and got into bed that happened to Cash. Remember now, May 15th, 2021, near or there about 5 a.m. in the morning, this has allegedly, supposedly occurred. I'm going to be taking still shots from this pertaining to my analysis of the enhanced version and see if we see Darian Brown, Cameron Morey, Honcho Bands, or someone else from their association with the neighborhood. They travel in groups. I've always said that there had to be some kind of a gang element, a clique element, an association element that's involved here. And the more we dig, the more we find out. And obviously, it seems to have been an open house at Monica Sharon's house at all hours of the day and all hours of the night. Who do you see looking at you right now? Are those glasses reflecting? Or are those eyes reflecting from light in the opposite direction, reflecting back at you? Is he black? Is he white? Is he off shade? Is he 6 foot tall? Is he a size 12? Is his waist above the crib line, as we talked about in our previous live? Or is it below? Is his hair curly and thin, held up with a headband? Or are you looking at dreadlocks? Is he about 140, 50, 60 pounds? Now can you see? Take another look. See it again. Who is that to you? I noticed something that was very interesting I wanted to point out. And then I'll let it continue. One of the most interesting parts about body posture in profiling is definitely how a person stands. If you've seen previous video of both Darian Brown, such as the video of him walking in daylight, going to a neighbor's fence, opening it, looking inside, feeling like he was seen by somebody, or appearing like he was seen by somebody, and then quickly closed the gate and walked off. Remember that video? Okay. And comparing this to the memorial that was left on Saddle River Road, Saddle River Drive, with Cameron, on how he stood there looking at the flowers, the memorial setting that was there at the foot end of the driveway of the home that it sat in front of. The thing I want to bring your attention to the next time you see it, I want you to come back and leave comments under tonight's live, are the calves and the legs. How they protrude out in the body of the pants, the trousers that we talked about in parts 1 and 2. These calves protrude out and then circle back around the heel of the shoe. We were told by Kenny Earl that these are Trevor's shoes, sneakers, footwear, sportswear. What a name for Dad to have, huh? Anyway, leg structure and how pants fit. And then the body of the lower extremities here down to the back of the heel here. It becomes very apparent. I'm beginning to start to see a little bit of a pattern in how the pants are worn between Darian Brown and Cameron Morey in those 2 video pieces that I'm talking about. How the calves protrude out, bulge out, backwards. Shoulders in terms of width and draw. Very important in terms of capturing their profile in this position. And I'm sure when you see Cameron Morey at the memorial, you will see Cameron in this type of position. You will also see footwork, the planting of the feet, how the toes are pointed to support the body, mass and weight, and at the same time, too, mass and motion. Watch carefully. Have you seen this before? How wide the legs are. How long the arms are. The foot position on the ground. And then the twist and turn as we see the abduction take place. Watch the legs, watch the feet, watch the body motion once again. Have you seen that motion before? I said, once you have identified a particular motion, things stay in motion. Once you see a habit picked up by an individual, the person is the habit themselves. We're starting to look for habitual behavior and body language and motion at the same time while profiling. If you've seen these motions, movements, pivots, turns, stands in any other video, just drop it in my comments section. Tell all the other content creators the same information. Copy and paste it. Let them know I've seen that same move here from Cameron, Darian, Honcho Bands, or somebody else. Because we're looking at everyone. So why not include them? We saw Carter move seconds after. Watch this. Watch Carter move his head. See him move his head? Move his head. Move his head. Move his head. But yet lay still. He heard what happened. He may not have seen it, but he heard it. Here we have the daylight version, enhanced. Oops. I'm sorry about that. This is where I wanted to get to some other stuff here. And boom. Wanted to stop it. Let you identify who you believe that is. Stop it. Look at the orientation of the room. Look at our suspect. Look at the hair. Body. Motion. Mass. Hands. Calves. And it just seems to me these calves are not so pronounced as they were in the night vision. In fact, they appear thinner in the day than they do the night. Hold on one second. Let's go back. Bear with me, folks. This is my mindset going on right now. Calves. Leg lock. Positioning. Calves. Leg lock. Positioning. Calves. Leg lock position. Body motion. Next. That's what we have, folks, in an enhanced version of the same information we've been looking at. Yes, different time, of course. And it perhaps a different day, of course. No timestamps on the video. Everybody knows that. When forensics gets a copy of this video, they will do what is called as a data bit block. Capture the data from the original source and hard drive of the video surveillance camera system Monica has in the house. If it's on a cloud, they'll get it from there, compare it to the actual hard drive to get it from there, and then compare it from the phone in which she showed the Dallas Police Department and get it from there. And then we'll do a bit block. Capture the data, look at the metadata for the original time, date, speed of the camera, pixelation, a lot of good information can come just from one simple video piece, and they do have the technology. However, when we're talking about convicting someone of capital murder, and they want to stack and trump up charges, we have to be very careful on who does the forensic work on the video surveillance equipment now, don't we? Items in the room. Shades. Shapes. Things on the floor. As we can see, things have been moved. Is this a different day? When things at night should appear as things in the day, especially if there's been no movement since, then we should see the exact same thing. But in this particular situation, we don't. Hence, we have a red flash cutting today. We have to take that under heavy consideration to say, you mean to tell me that Carter laid there from 5 a.m. and didn't move at all, and that camera went off? But yet, once we get to the day Carter's leg, let me show you. Is not in the same position as he was at night, with his head here. See? Darian reaches far over the crib railing over here. Carter's head was here, where we could see the top of his head. Now Darian is reaching into the crib past the railing to touch Carter on the head. Hence, Carter moved in this room after cash was taken. And yet the video surveillance camera was not activated. Just little things I see. I'll bring more to your attention as we go. But that's what I wanted to share with you regarding this particular enhanced clip that Kenny Earl has sent me. There's a lot to go over here because we are able to see a little bit more, a whole lot more. But with that said, let's do this real quick. We want to keep it nice and tight. What else did I have? You know, John Q. I just never stop coming, right? I never stop coming. You know why I never stop coming? Because I don't let them see me come. Never let them see you come. So when you do, it'll be on your time. Anyway, hope you all are still hanging in there with me. This is what the district attorney is looking for. This is the main key to this case. It's called an indictment. I am not a lawyer, nor am I in the law enforcement forces or anything of that sort. I just know how to research. And when you're researching, whether it be on the legal side or when you're doing a crime scene or whether you're doing anything, you don't know something, you look it up. My dad used to say that. Anyway, you can find this on legaldictionary.freedictionary.com. It'll tell you what an indictment is. I'm just going to go over a little piece because this is the heartbeat to the district attorney's office, Dallas, Texas. Prosecution is looking to do this: a written accusation charging that individual named therein as committed an act or omitted to do something that is punishable by law. An indictment is found and presented by a grand jury, legally convened and sworn. It originates with a prosecutor, that would be the Dallas prosecution, and is issued. Think about it. An indictment is issued by the grand jury against an individual who is charged with a crime. Before such individual may be convicted, charge must be proved at trial. And what does it say there? Beyond a reasonable doubt. The purpose of an indictment is to inform an accused individual of the charges against him or her so that the person will be able to prepare a defense. Oh, okay. One that Heath Harris is still waiting to prepare for because you haven't gone to the grand jury to present your case and get an indictment. Mr. Prosecutor, I got you. Okay. Why is it taking so long? Well, we've covered a little bit of that information because they're still playing with it. Indictment, second paragraph. Charge of a felony, serious crime, voted by a grand jury based upon a proposed charge, witnesses, testimonies, and other evidence presented by the public prosecutor, district attorney. To bring an indictment, the grand jury will not find guilt. It's not the purpose, but only the probability that a crime was committed, that the accused person did it, and that he or she should be tried. District attorneys often only introduce key facts sufficient to show the probability, both to save time and to avoid revealing all of the evidence. The Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States provides that no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment of a grand jury. However, while grand juries are common in charging federal crimes, many states use grand juries sparingly and use the criminal complaint part, followed by the preliminary hearing held by a lower court judge or other magistrate who will determine whether or not the prosecutor has presented sufficient evidence that the accused has committed a felony. If the judge finds that there is enough evidence, he or she will order the case sent to the appropriate court for trial. Look this up, folks. Look this up. This is what you have to do when you follow a case like this. When I was following the Kenneka Jenkins case, I just want to bring this up, and then I'm just going to open the floor a little bit. When I was following the Kenneka Jenkins case and investigating it, a team of YouTubers got together, did a GoFundMe, and we actually sent out video surveillance footage to a professional forensic examiner, as a studio, and who does this for a living to present evidence in court, those type of examiners. And we were able to get a report from a forensic video tape examiner. You'll see some of it. I'm not going to show it all to you, but just to give you a little table of content of what they gave us. And obviously, it is language we have not seen before, and we don't talk about in everyday language. And it talks about headers, surveillance system information, Adobe headers, footers, level analysis, photo response, uniformity of the map, MAP, the histogram, etc., etc. So when we sent this video surveillance footage out as a collective team, because it cost us a little bit of money to do so. Let me see if I can get this where I want it. I just wanted to show you some of the things that an attorney will send video surveillance footage to be examined by a forensic specialist. And we did the East Kitchen part. We've got metadata, and this is what I was talking to you about earlier when we say metadata. You can see it there. Let me just do this. There we go. When we say metadata component, we're talking about the details of all of what the video contains in terms of information, dates, times, pixelation, speed, everything. He gives a file description, visual inspection to see if all of the metadata corresponds and stays consistent within the body of the video information that's transferred. And this is what some of the codes in the body of the video look like. Look like the Matrix, right? Surveillance system information. Give you a full description of what system captured this video information. Scroll down here. Whether Adobe has been used, and the consistency and conformity of the content of the video surveillance information. So when we take a look, I can keep going on and on. And this is, okay, here we go. This is a picture of the East Kitchen that we did in the Kenneka Jenkins case. We sent it out. A team of us, YouTubers, got together, made contributions to a GoFundMe, and was able to get the money up in a very short order period of time. I think it was 3 to 4 days. About $1,200, $1,300 collected by YouTubers working together to try to get some information on whether the video surveillance footage was tampered with. And he came back with a good analysis, giving us everything that we wanted and needed. Any error levels in the analysis, and you'll see a different picture here. Color shade, pixelation, profiles, as you see here. Contrast mode, almost positive to negative, as you see here, based on uniformity. Luminance analysis, as you see here, to see if things were in place as they should be in the original photograph. We did a clone key points analysis on this to see if anything was inconsistent with the original video itself. And guess what? This is the original picture of what you just seen me scroll through. This was the East Kitchen, lower level East Kitchen, where Kanika entered this kitchen from the east side and walked across this path here, across the floor, and back to the back East Kitchen when she was meandering and walking inebriated at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont, Illinois. And so it didn't take long for us to come to the conclusion, after doing this and getting all of the information from the forensics lab, the team that we sent the information out to, I think they did a good job based on what we sent them. But it was quite expensive to do any kind of comparisons. That's where we stopped. We had nothing else to compare after a FOIA request was filled out, sent in to Rosemont to have the hard drive sent directly to the forensics team who did the work for us. We had nothing else to compare to it in terms of the original hard drive. That's what we found out. But I just wanted to share and show this to you, only to show you what forensics does when they do testing on video surveillance footage. And as you can see, here's another picture we did of the upper kitchen at the Crown Plaza. All the tests that I showed you before were done once again in the upper kitchen. Illumination, clone key points, until we actually got to the upper kitchen. So the degree in which we will go, some of us content creators, to get to the guts of a case, well, this is a perfect example of it in the Kanika Jenkins case. I was asked to take a look at this case. If or when we get to a point where we have to do this again, I'll be the first one on board. I'll be the first on board. Anyway, let me get back to you. Let me do this. And I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to talk a little bit about tonight's live. I want your feedback. I would love Tiffany Marie, if she's still here, to jump up. Boss Blake, if you're here, to jump up. Kenny Earl, if you're here, to jump up. And then we'll handle the business. I thank every single one of you tonight taking your time out once again to join us. We're getting down to something. I'm digging hard. I won't stop. I think we're getting close to something here. And I don't want to call it a case of extreme prejudice, but I hope that's what I don't find. It'd be real safe to say that. I hope I don't find that in this case. So the link is in the room. I know when you come to me, we cover a lot. And try to anyway. Give you what you came out here for. And as we wait for those content creators who are still with us, and we will give them some grace time to get the link, obviously. That way I can at least scroll back and begin to highlight your comments. Southern Sass, well, thank you. Thank you for coming. Gene Sutt, how you doing? Ollie Brewer, welcome. Sharon Stevenson, welcome. Sash, welcome. The Wilsons, Dallas, welcome. Raisin King, how are you doing? All right. So it seems like we have here. Oh, they dropped off that quick. Look, if I drop the link, don't drop back. Get up here. You want to come up? You can do it. You can do it. Make sure that, you get your settings correct. Maybe they didn't want to, had the settings off or something like that, but they'll be coming back. I didn't even know who that was. But okay. We got Wilson's Dallas up in the house with us.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
How are you?
Doing great.
That's good. That's good. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, sir. So,
Yes, you have the floor. Did you find tonight's live informative, or any of the series that I've done informative, or do you have some additional comments that you'd like to add? Either or, we're open tonight. Miss Wilson? Miss Wilson Dallas, can you hear me?
yeah, I feel like it's echoing a bit. Or maybe is it just us two on here?
Oh, I think you have something playing in the background that is coming through.
Here, let me
like
mute for a second and I'll turn.
Yeah, like a TV or something like that. You may have a secondary device that's close by that may be giving you some feedback when you talk. If somebody else wants to come up, definitely get in line. I'll bring you up. We have moderators in here controlling the room, keeping it nice and positive. Thank you so much.
Okay, is it better now?
Oh yeah, now it's better. So I'm going to mute up, and you can share with us, what's on your mind regarding what we've covered.
So, I had some questions on, like, did anybody?
I'm sorry, say again. Miss Wilson?
Sorry, it's seems like it's going in circles. Not sure. Like it keeps repeating things that you're saying over and over again.
Oh, really? That's different. I'll tell you what, drop back out. Maybe it just needs a little bit of filtering adjustment on your end, because I hear you perfectly. And then come back and then I'll re-add you, okay?
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, let's try that. Black Angel.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing great. I really enjoy your presentations. I really do. I apologize for the noise in the background, but it's really hot here in Sacramento. It's like 100 degrees today. So, but I have a question.
Yes.
If they're waiting for an indictment and they don't present an indictment within the time, the appropriate time limit, how long can they keep Darren, Mr. Brown, before they have to release him from jail?
Well, I mean, the district attorney, when they file for an indictment, with the grand jury, if it doesn't pass the grand jury, it only tells the prosecutor that he doesn't have enough evidence to actually go to trial. That's what the grand jury is. At that point, there is a time limit, a small window that's open. And what will happen is that the defense attorney will file a deficiency of a court order regarding information pertaining to the prosecution, whether they file again or dismiss the charge. And in most cases, in Darian Brown's case, obviously the first thing to do is ask the judge to dismiss the charge.
I see.
Yeah.
And so if they know that he has a mental illness or illnesses, do they put him in a mental institution, or what do they do with him? What do they do with Darian then?
Well,
do they just release him into the community, out in the population, or?
Well, that's to be determined, really, because based on that, evaluation, if they feel that, Darian Brown is okay to be on the street, guess where they're going to release him to?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
If they don't find him okay and that there are some issues with him, obviously they will keep him for an extended period of time for further observation, further reporting and everything else like that. And with this being a murder trial, they will have to forward that information directly to the courts that are involved with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, it just seems like it's a little bit, I don't know. I feel like they're treating him unfairly. Their case is just, what I don't understand is, why isn't Monica really working with the police? Where are those extra, the extra footage? Why is it that everything is being held up? Because, I know he's African American. I feel that he did have something to do with it. But I just feel that if he did have something to do with it, it's just not okay. Just because the defense, the prosecution doesn't have a case against him, that he should just kind of be released. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Well, yeah, he shouldn't have to suffer, in the system for
Right.
a crime that he didn't commit. But yet, if he
Yes.
still needs medical attention,
Right.
that should be the secondary avenue or venue that they would have to proceed to go to
Yes.
make sure that he's evaluated properly.
Yes, that's right. But that's why that was my question. So thank you for answering that question for me.
Yeah, well, thank you for taking your time out to join us tonight and jumping up and shooting the breeze with John Q on his channel.
Yes.
And
Thank you. Thank
I
you so
hope-
much for your time and your efforts.
Yeah, I hope I'm doing the job that you're looking someone to do, outside of the other
Yes.
content creators. I hope
Yes,
I'm
you
doing that.
are.
Well,
Yes,
thank
you
you.
are. Yes, you are. I really enjoy your presentations, and your presentations really it takes all of the gossip and the what ifs out of it per se. The stereotyping and discriminations, and it really just kind of goes back to a theoretical, really analyzing the, and just sticking to the facts, not, what we presuppose or, things like that.
Right.
So thank you. I
Well, thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you. I
All right.
appreciate you for, coming up and expressing, your thoughts with us tonight. And, in our next live and the lives to come, I hope you come back.
Thank you. Thank you. I will. Thank you.
All right. You know what to do when you leave. Thumbs up. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I will. Bye
Okay, love. Thank
bye.
you. All right. Let's see if we can get Wilson Dallas back up here.
So I figured out that it was most likely my beats that I had in this made it sound like
What did you have?
my beats.
You had some beats.
Yeah, I had my beats in my ear.
Okay. Okay.
Apple beats,
All
whatever.
right.
Yeah, it was making it sound like it was going around in circles. And I had already had the television turned down, and I took those out, and I was like, oh, now I hear it correctly.
Okay. Well, thank you once again for coming back and joining us and
Right
sharing your
on.
thoughts about the lives we've been doing on the Cash Gernon case.
Yeah, so I live like 25 minutes from that neighborhood because I'm in Plano and Plano, Richardson area, whatever. And they literally don't have any of this stuff on the news as much as they should. Like the
Mm.
only thing I see is like online news, not like on the news. It's really crazy how that's happening.
Oh, that's very interesting. You make that point.
I know. Well, the DPD is not always that thorough. So I was always confused on why Duncanville just totally gave it over to DPD when they're already overloaded.
Right. Right.
Yeah, it's been really crazy. So
Now,
I
since
was
you've lived, I just wanted to ask you a question. Since you lived in that neighborhood, um, uh, based on any kind of legal instances or incidences that do occur, how do you feel the police respond to your area and areas about your area when it comes to matters like this? Have they been responsive? Have they, what is their reputation out there?
So the Dallas PD doesn't really have a good response to anything because they can't even really keep officers because they're so overloaded with homeless people and just drug stuff and higher
Drug
cases
stuff.
like this.
Mm,
Yeah, like raids and stuff like that. Like I
right.
don't think that they even get a chance to like put their mind right with stuff like this, like more important stuff. Like they're just trying to keep the cats corralled, basically.
Right. Right. Trying to keep the boat afloat.
Man, it's crazy. Like you can look it up. If you look up like Dallas police news or anything like that, it's constantly all the cops are like quitting or they're retiring or they can't hire anybody. Like they can't even keep enough police because Dallas is big.
Yeah.
Not just Dallas, but Dallas County goes further than just Dallas.
Right.
I
Right.
mean, obviously, since they have Duncanville too. But yeah, they can't even keep their heads afloat.
Okay.
So
That's
things
also
like this, I
interesting. You
saw.
make that point.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the feed a while ago was saying something about have they called the FBI? I
Right.
haven't seen that yet.
Hmm.
I don't know why they wouldn't. They need somebody to help. Like
Right.
we need buoys. Like
Yeah.
we need help.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because in the Orrin and Orson West case, the FBI seems to be called in very, very early in the case. We get to see maybe a jacket here and there or spattered out between the early preliminary reports of a crime or of a crime scene or of an incident that they're involved in. And then shortly thereafter, maybe 2 or 3 days after, they disappear.
Right.
We don't see them anymore. All we see is the local police trying to do the same thing that they started out doing without them.
Yeah, it's bad. So the other place close to Duncanville is Lancaster, and I don't know if y'all have ever seen the news on them, but they're getting houses busted constantly with teenage girls that they're like pimping out or
Okay.
whatever.
Would you say
So,
that would fall under the line of prostitution?
I don't think so. I think it's more like coercing girls.
Okay, sex trafficking?
Yeah, like
Okay.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
like there's a lot of crime in Dallas County. Like, well, I would just say the DFW area, period. Like those 777, they live here too. They know.
Okay.
It's bad. I mean, I wouldn't consider it as bad as Cal City, because Cal City, I feel like, is framing child trafficking. But
Cal
I do
City,
feel like,
California.
yeah, I feel like they're doing a lot of like child trafficking and stuff. But here, I think it's more of everybody's trying to not have a job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What are your thoughts on some of the information that we've covered on the live so far pertaining to this case that you'd like to share?
I really feel like that Cameron may have set Darian up. Like, when somebody's a little special around you, right? So if somebody's a little slower thinking or whatever, you can use them to do something different, right? Because why in the hell would Darian murder this baby and then put him in somebody's driveway? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, maybe he got coaxed into getting the baby out of the bed and handing him off, and then once he figured out what was going on, or overheard his friends talking, then he went and got the baby and put him for somebody to find him.
Right. Okay.
Because when you don't think correctly, and I'm trying to be nice by saying that because I don't want people to get offended.
I understand.
But, when your mental psyche is not correct, you don't do things demonic like that in his situation. You're more of a, I want to help kind of thing. And if they said, hey, go get the baby for us for whatever reason, and then later he hears them talking about something, he's going to be like, oh my gosh, and go get the baby and take him to, somebody come help him.
Right. Sort of like maybe a game of truth or dare, something like that. I dare you to do this. Guys have
maybe.
Guys have their thoughts about certain things when they're under the influence of drugs.
Maybe. I don't even know that. I mean, have they tested him for drugs? Because I don't think he acted like he was on drugs. I mean, most of the people in the house obviously were, but he doesn't come across as he was on drugs. He just seems like they're using his lower level of brain activity, I guess you would say, to get him to do things on camera that they wouldn't want on camera because they know the cameras are there. Right.
Okay. And with that said, if they knew that Darian had some kind of mental illness, about him being particular, if you will, in a crowd of non-particulars, if you will,
That too.
Yeah, you can start to play some games with your friends, pranks, jokes, dare you do's, dare you don'ts, so all kinds of different things for entertainment until it's taken out of proportion and something else happens, and now you've got to do something else to get yourself out of it.
Yeah,
You know,
that also.
and possibly in his situation, he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know if this was a joke, a prank, or whatever. If it was him that did the abduction in the room, but possibly handed cash off to someone else, and then the ultimate happened, which I guess nobody figured that was going to happen, but did, and things ended up the way they did.
Yeah, and then for 4 hours later, for him to go back and check on Carter,
right?
Like nobody in their right mind is going to do some shit like that.
Right.
Like,
It is not a natural behavior for someone
No.
who's just committed a heinous crime to go back to the crime scene and say, yeah, let's do it again.
Yeah, I mean, he literally went and checked on him afterwards. Like,
Yeah.
that shows that he obviously had some love or some care about the babies,
It
Like-
appeared that way in the video surveillance. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
because
didn't
it's
go back.
morning time.
He didn't appear to go back to try to grab that child, Carter, or coerce him or try to get him out of that room in any way, shape, or form. In reference to abducting another child to do possibly the same thing.
Yeah, and it was daytime then, so
it was an entirely different ambience altogether. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I keep looking into all of this, and I keep looking at all the stuff that DPD keeps saying, and I'm like, what are they even thinking? Like, they're just saying words. Like, I'm surprised. Like, I just looked at the internet a while ago, and the last time they said anything online was June 9th.
Right. Okay.
Like, what the hell? Like, it's a whole month later.
Absolutely.
Like, you don't have anything to say. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, I get it that they're super busy and they're very
understaffed, underpaid,
like crazy.
Yeah.
If you look at it online, they are so understaffed. They're constantly, ever since that Trump thing, all those cops quit and nobody wants to be hired there. Like,
right.
they're having so many issues. And then for them to put him in freaking Lusteric, that is a whole nother channel, because that is just one big building of hookers and drug addicts. Literally.
Okay.
That's it. Like, you don't keep murderers and shit in there. It's literally all drug addicts, homeless people, mental illnesses, and hookers. Like, you just don't keep murderers in there. If that's what they're going to give him is capital murder, that just doesn't make any damn sense.
Right. Well, Ms. Wilson, I truly appreciate you coming up on the panel to share your thoughts, and also appreciate the fact that you're right there, not far from where the action is and everything. And
now I kind of feel like I need to be a creeper and go befriend some people in the neighborhood, just so that I can be snooping in or whatever. I asked both of my daughters, did they know any people in that neighborhood? And they were like, no, Mom, they all moved away from there. Well, it's like, yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, all the people I knew that lived there moved too. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you were able to join us tonight and, at least express your thoughts, share some, information with us pertaining to that particular area.
If I come up with anything else, I'll definitely jump in at any other time and let y'all know.
Yeah, definitely. You're always welcome back. Thank you so much for supporting my channel and being a part of a very important series in a case like this. I truly appreciate you.
Just in case you don't remember who I am, it's usually Amy Wilson, but I changed it because I felt like throwing my government name out there was a little too much. So I changed it to the Wilson Stylist because that's what I go by on most of my other platforms or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, Just so
I
you know, in case you've seen my stuff before, it was under Amy Wilson.
okay. Well,
But
I will
yeah,
call
I'll
you.
catch back up with
I
y'all.
will call you Miss
Well,
Wilson. You will
yeah,
know who you are on John
thank you.
Q's
Yeah,
channel.
I'll let you go so that you can get other people on here that may have other things to say too.
Yes.
And
Okay, Miss
thanks
Wilson.
for
Thank you
having
so
me.
much. God bless you.
Bless you too.
All right. Miss Wilson from the Dallas area in Texas. We have Deborah Rogers back with us for tonight's live. Welcome back, Deborah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John. After looking at the evidence that you provided this evening with the court documents,
Yes.
I mean, I'm just going to put it out there. The only, in my opinion now, okay, so the only reason a police force would do something so casual,
Egregious.
I'm saying casual because they have no evidence. These people, the grandfather filed this complaint 3 months after he supposedly entered the home and tried to kidnap a child. Um, there is absolutely no evidence that the man did this, and there's no evidence that it was him. Then with the, like you said, with the capital murder charge, there's no evidence that he did it. There's no eyewitness seeing him actually harming the child.
Right.
Even if he did enter into the bedroom and was caught on video looking at the child or the children, that doesn't mean he harmed the child. So here's my take after looking at everything. I honestly believe, because I personally have been involved with the police, I'm an innocent person. I can say without a shadow of a doubt, I'm innocent. I have been thrown in jail, falsely charged with charges that were made up by an officer. I know how they are. I believe that these people, Monica and Cameron and them, may possibly be informants. And then also too, some of them may have been tied up, like Trevor may have been tied up with getting in over his head with drug charges, and so they were in this like twisted state of confliction, affliction, where they saw no way out. The only way out was to sell out. And sometimes doing that, you have, who knows? Maybe Monica was pissed because Trevor left the children and was tired of taking care of the kids and was like, okay, let's do this. Let's show him, whatever. And we're going to pay off all this with that. Maybe they were informants. Maybe the police are really involved. Maybe they're just wanting to blame someone so that they can take the pressure off and say, hey, we caught the dude and let's move on, because they didn't think that there were going to be people like you, John, with a heart and with the love and compassion that you have, and the other people that I've been looking at, Molly Golightly and all of them, to carry this on. And like Miss Wilson said, it's not on the 6 o'clock news. It is on the real news. You guys that is carrying this about, that is making us aware, that is showing us just how true and how false everything appears to be, and how we cannot trust the police. We cannot trust the judges. We cannot. I mean, what judge is going to sign a paper based on a statement that it says right in the document, we went to the person's house, we just had a discussion with that person, and basically, and I'm paraphrasing, we convinced him to make a complaint. Now, an individual cannot file charges. Only a district attorney can file charges.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of people say, oh, they chose to file charges. No, they can make a complaint. Only a district attorney has the option to file charges on any person based on complaint, statement, evidence, or anything like that. Even if a police officer makes a statement, they cannot file charges. Only a district attorney can file charges.
Right. If the evidence, especially in this case, if the evidence is compelling and compelling enough, and when I say compelling, we have to tie in, as you said, witnesses. We have to tie in depositions of statements of people stating that they have seen an activity or a crime, an egregious crime, take place, and they're willing to testify to make sure that that person is held accountable. We're talking about forensic evidence in this case as well, where there is blood, where there is possible saliva, there is a hair follicle transfer. We're talking about a number of different types of biological evidence, if you will, that this case involves, as well as the mental condition of the individual based upon a mental evaluation. Now, with that being out there from the defense attorney, and other evidence that will substantiate a compelling argument in court that would prove beyond a reasonable doubt in any court that this person was placed here at this particular time, this particular day, involved with this particular other party, and this thing happened, and it was a felony in their books, a murder, if you will. And we have this thing lock, stock, and barrel. We've got witnesses. We've got evidence from the location. We've got statements from witnesses. We've got forensics. We've got the autopsy. We have toxicology. We have the mental evaluation, all wrapped up, along with an independent investigation done by an independent investigator who went back out there to find out what February's story was that led to the May story that took Cash's life.
And even the February story cannot be, I mean, that's just hearsay.
Yeah.
That's just third party hearsay. That's like I could go to New York City Police, wherever you live, and say, Mr. John Q did this to me. I want him arrested now. Do you really think they would do that? No, they would investigate. They would say, well, why are you 3 months later saying that? Give us some proof. We can't just go arrest people. I mean,
exactly.
It's ridiculous.
And that's questionable because you say 3 months and 3 days later, taking a statement 3 days after the fact, and then you change your mind. And then shortly thereafter, you come up with a different charge.
And how many officers went and spoke to that grandpa before he was convinced or persuaded to change his mind that he wanted to make an official statement? I mean, reread that. There were several people that spoke to him before he officially made a statement.
Right.
I believe that's the way it was. I mean, this man had to be almost coaxed into it.
Right. And one of the comments that I'm looking at right now by Hawkeye Seneca said they couldn't charge him at that point for Cash's death because of the forensics. They wanted charges immediately because he was the suspect, meaning that Monica Sherrod had already pointed him out on her phone based on the video surveillance footage that captured an image that appeared to be Darian Brown. That being said, I do think the neighbor was encouraged to make those charges. Excellent point, Hawkeye. Excellent point. And that follows suit as to a lot of the information that I'm coming across in reference to doing a part 7. Further digging into the legal area and then backing up a bit to make sure that I'm matching up things to all of the story. And that's one important thing that, when doing a profile, you're like in the Orson and Orrin West case, if you have missing children, you want to start from inside the house and then begin to spiral out and begin to open up your perimeter to begin building a parameter around the area that the children went missing. You see, so the same thing applies in profiling a case like this, where it starts in a house and then it spirals outside the house and in and around the neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods. How many witnesses could have been in a 5-mile radius or the 8-block radius as they stated? How many cameras may have been on at the time in certain households, which may have captured any and all activity pertaining to this case? And where cash was left in front of a driveway, at the foot of the driveway, in front of a house, in front of several houses in that area, how many people had video surveillance cameras operating during that time in order to capture what took place in the street and how cash got there? And so there are many different variables in the scope of this investigation that I'm looking for. I'm looking for these things that I'm talking about, but yet when I compare it to the evidence that we've been given so far, none of that seems to be on the table yet, especially with the district attorney not even having this approved by a grand jury to indict Darian Brown of any of these things. And we're talking about the capital murder charge, not so much the kidnapping charge. The kidnapping charge takes a different precedence, but it's a charge still on the table that I feel that, from, the May 15th and then the February 8th charges that were trumped up on this kid all of a sudden in a short period of time. I said, they're looking to hang this guy.
Yes. And also, too, there were people in the chat reporting that Cameron is right-handed and Darian is left-handed. Now, all you mamas out there, when you approach your crib, if you're right-handed, you approach the crib with your right side to the crib. If you're left-handed, think about it. You approach your crib with your left hand to the closest to the crib. It's just instinct that you want your dominant hand there in case you need to grab your baby, if you want to pick up your baby, if you want to coddle your baby, you use your dominant hand most often. Well, I noticed that in the night video, the person approached with the left foot, or was it the right foot, and bent over with the butt facing the camera. And when in the daytime video, the person approached with the left foot and faced the camera. Now, if that person had just committed a heinous crime and they knew the camera was there because they'd been in the house prior, which Monica said she barely knew him, which we know that's a lie. Why would she lie about that? So so he knows the camera's there. Why would he face the camera, just nonchalantly pat the kid on the head and make sure he's visible and just kind of, go around the room and stuff like that? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I just don't believe it's the same day. It could have been the morning prior to the capture. It could have been at that time that he came, that they, because they had already planned the setup, obviously. So they could have said, Darian, would you go check on Carter? And Darian goes in there because he's talking, and he's probably saying like, oh yeah, he's fine or whatever, and leaves like earlier that day, like earlier in that morning. And then later that night is when Cash is taken, but they're using that video from that morning possibly.
And that's something, you make a good point. Who's to say when Monica Sherrard made that early morning call, non-emergency call regarding burglary, and yet knew Darian was already in the house because he came over to see Cameron, and he came over to see Cameron's sister, possibly, 16, 18. I brought that up. There could possibly be a like connection there. We don't know about yet. Emily. and so forth. And then almost 3 hours later, she makes a phone call regarding a missing child.
Well, also too, Miss Molly Golightly had Monica's ex-husband, which is the father to one of Monica's children, on a phone call, which she often does, which I'm so grateful. Thank you, Miss Molly Golightly. And that gentleman who has known Monica, because he was married to, or not, maybe not married, but they have a child together. And he said that Monica does not like black men as far as being in a relationship. So if her daughter may have been interested in a black man, she might have been like, I'm going to put a stop to this. I'm going to set him up.
Right, based on the people that were, in and around her house and associated with Cameron and Emily. And
Yes.
that would fall in line to be another theory that could be also a part of this case. So there are many different variables still yet to unfold in regards to the relationships that these folks had with each other that created this situation to occur. You see, there is motive here. There's definitely heavy motive here. Who that motive lies on is going to make itself available. And I believe that Heath Harris, Darian Brown's defense attorney, along with Valerie Bastion, the assistant to that attorney, and along with the private investigation that's going on pertaining to Mr. February and everything else that evolved from the month of February to the month of May, and the abduction of Cash, and then the killing of Cash, until he's able to file that final report for the defense. A lot of this, based on the district attorney, is only going to be, is there anything else that we missed? Is there anything else we can get? Is there anybody else that we didn't talk to? Et cetera, et cetera. They're going to still canvass the area until they're satisfied that they can bring it in front of a grand jury to get an indictment. Because once he gets an indictment, then they can take it to trial. And then we will see openly what this story is all about and why it happened.
I also feel like that the short fellow that at the balloon release, there was 3 boys. There was Cameron, Honcho Bands, and a short fellow. I don't know what his name is, but
Okay.
I believe that short fellow, the look on his face throughout the whole balloon release tells me he is scared. If the cop was to take him into a room and interrogate him, he would tell everything voluntarily. He wouldn't even have to be intimidated much. I could see it on his face. He would tell, and all of them, even the girl that had the baby in her arms, she looked like she was hiding things. She looked very suspicious, very just like concerned, like that like all 4 of those people, no, they're all involved. They all know the truth. They know what happened.
Right. Well, one of the things that the DA's office is going to obviously do is, corral everybody together, get depositions on the table as to the character of Darian Brown, their association to him. They're going to pull school records. They're going to pull, obviously, medical records and things of that nature to see what's there that they can use to support their claim that Darian Brown did these things and he is responsible for Cash's death, and therefore capital murder is the charge that stands on the table. Meanwhile, you'll have his defense attorney trying to just bust that up, knock that down, destroy the credibility of the witnesses that are against Darian Brown, for one thing. The second thing is to destroy the evidence as circumstantial evidence, more so than direct evidence against Darian Brown. And then again, we have this mental illness issue that still needs to be addressed. How the defense attorney is going to address it, I got an idea, but I'm not going to tip my hand right now. Is a very smart move on his part, which he can and will bring up during the course of the trial once it gets there. and people are going to be shocked. It's going to be a place. It's going to be a very, very thick, tipsy place for Darian Brown at that point. Because if he is convicted, well, obviously, if it's capital murder, and it is, they're going to try to go, either go for the death penalty or a life charge. On the defense's side, if he's innocent, and we still have Cash's death, on the table, but yet with no other culprits involved, that's going to be a hard pill to swallow too. You see?
Yeah.
And looking at the evidence from the perspective and where I'm coming from, there is more than one. Kurt Pinkerton tipped his hand by making the statement which he made on Facebook.
Yep.
So if there's any questioning that's going to go on pertaining to his statement, it's going to be both from the prosecution and the defense to wonder why he made that statement. Who else was he talking about in that statement to say his friend? And then they went back to the house. Where was he getting this information from? That's going to be one point. Mr. February is going to, why did you change your mind from not pressing charges against Darian in February when the incident happened at your house to changing it in the month of May, 3 days after Cash was found?
Well, I can tell you that the police officer that spoke to him probably told him, if you do not do this, we're going to charge you with obstruction in an investigation, and you're going to jail. They use that intimidation a lot. Trust me.
Well, yeah. And the other is going to be perjury, and you get a perjury claim, and that claim can end you anywhere between 3 to 5 years, depending on the state you live in. The perjury charge alone will scare the hell out of people, along with the fine that goes with it, or community time that goes with it, will scare a lot of people into talking and making sure that this statement is accurate.
Right. But it's only perjury if you lie in a sworn under oath.
Correct.
You can lie and it be a lie. It is not officially perjury unless you lie under oath, or if you say one thing under oath and contradict yourself under oath, then of course you're committing perjury.
Right. Well, that's what a sworn statement is. When you swear, prosecution brings you in for a deposition and you are sworn in, you promise to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you, blah, 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 blah. Once you're sworn in to make a deposition and everything, that statement can be used against you in regards to facilitating any perjury. You've made the statement first to us 2 weeks ago, and now you're coming here, and now you can't remember. Now you don't know. Now you're telling a different story. That's when you can get caught for the heavy stuff. Mm-hmm. But they'll use the statement to definitely, do that.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm glad you jumped up here, Deborah. I was looking for Kenny earlier. I'm calling his name. Miss Q Carlock, if she's out there, I'm calling your name. Maybe I need to drop the link one more time. Content creators, Tiffany Marie, if she's still out there, I'm calling your name because there's a case that she was talking about tonight in regards to a James Beal case. They're doing a petition on that case, and I wanted everyone here who joined me tonight to be aware of that, just in case you wanted to support justice for James Beal, the little child that was also lost.
Mr. John Q, could I ask one more question?
Yes.
Okay, so I noticed that Mr. February had an address as to where this supposed attempted kidnapping and with the knife going through the garage and everything happened. I'm just curious as to how close that address is to Monica's address. Both addresses are in the same document that you read,
right?
But I didn't get it. After you had already read one section and then came on another section, both addresses weren't on the same page. So I didn't get as to just how many houses apart these addresses were. Because I believe they were on the same street. I remember they were on the same street, but I don't even know if they might have been the same house. I don't know. I just know that the house numbers were either the same or very close.
Right, and relatively in that geographical area, they are relatively close to each other. I mean, if you take a look at the live that we did, I don't know if it was part 3, where we took a look at the geographical area between Monica's house and where Cash was finally laid to rest in the street. You could see it's really not too far. Whether you're doing it on foot, it would take you 8 minutes. If you're in a car, it would take you less than 2.5 minutes, based on the speed you went, to make that kind of a move from Monica Sherrod's house all the way to Saddle River Drive, where Cash was laid. So
Yeah.
yes, they are relatively close, and you make a good point.
No, I mean the Mr. February, that house.
Oh, that house.
Yeah, that house address and Monica's house address.
Okay.
How close are they? Because they're on the same street.
Right, and they're in and around the same area. So these incidences that are coming up are tightly knit in and around that geographical area. Oh, we got people in the chat just booming here. Darren is probably 5 minutes from Monica. Diamond Star. Okay. I've got the link there. I'm going to give last call for the link for tonight. We're already 4 hours and 7 minutes in. I don't want to do what I did the last time. I almost went a full 7 hours. And I said, oh, man, where does the time go? But I'm glad you had an opportunity, Miss Deborah, to come back up to discuss your insights and your thoughts about the case and everything.
Am I still on?
Yeah, you're still here. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know why I feel compelled to, like it's just laid upon my heart to, I want justice for, Carter and Cash. I want justice for Darian. I want justice for everyone involved. And if Darian is innocent, there's a murderer and a group of murderers out there that have assisted in a murder, and they're still out there. And that is something people really need to be concerned about. Those people are
Right.
still out there if Darian isn't the one who did it. And I'm glad Darian is in jail because he's probably safe right now, a lot safer than out on the street because he can talk while he's still alive.
I agree with you there. Absolutely. And it's all accordance to with how he is going to understand, what's happening to him. I'm sure he's communicating with his mom. His mom's communicating with him. If she's got any inroads, she needs to, I guess, come out of the closet too, and step up for her son if she believes that he's innocent, that he couldn't do this to a child, more or less think about doing anything like this to a child, and begin, a campaign to support her son if she truly believes that he is innocent of these charges that they're trying to trump up on him.
Yeah, and once again, I will just reiterate that my brother that was schizophrenic, he would not harm anyone. It was just, he was the most heartfelt person. Schizophrenia does not mean you're violent. It only means that you hear voices that aren't real. It's in your head. It doesn't mean that you're violent. And he was always the most heartfelt person. My brother that passed away, He always kept my heart in check. He would
Right.
never hurt anyone. I cannot see people thinking that just because a person has a mental illness that they're violent. That's not true.
Right.
I would hope that they would research that and
Yeah,
discover
I'm
that
sure
that's
they
not
are.
the case.
I'm sure they are. A man's life is at stake in the charges that's been brought against him by the district attorney's office in Dallas. So I'm sure that they're going to cover all those bases on the defense side and prove, their case. Both sides are going to try to prove their case. But with the delay right now, it's showing a lot of different things. It's showing a lot of shade too early in regards to the Dallas Police Department's way in how they're handling the investigation and what they're able to say and not say, what they're able to do and not do. And the best way to find out what they're doing, what they're saying, is follow the documentation. And this is where, that becomes a very important element of this case to see who's involved, how they're involved, what they're doing, and how much of what they're doing is either going to substantiate the DA's claim or undermine it. And thank you, Miss Karen B. I did get your message about Miss Tiffany Marie. She's on another channel. Okay. Much love to Tiffany Marie. Maybe she was committing some of her time to another platform, but that's okay. Much love goes out to her anyway. But Miss Deborah, I'm getting ready to wrap it up. I enjoy speaking with you. Thank you so much for taking the time out to be with me and my channel and what we're doing here. And you're always welcome back.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right. So, Miss Deborah, have a good evening. Be well and stay blessed with Godspeed until next time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, folks. We're at that time point where we will conclude tonight's live. Like I said, hopefully the information that was brought to you tonight's live does shed some light, a little bit more light on this case as it pertains to the legal aspects, the legal matters pertaining to Darian Brown and his attorney. And we do know that there's an independent investigation that it is involved right now. So hopefully we'll have some news shortly. I'm keeping my eyes and ears open on it. And as well as the content creators that I've mentioned here tonight in regards to their coverage of the case. And let's see. Who slept with Darian? Monica. Oh, Mama J. Y'all can mix it up sometimes, but then again, that's what makes a good live, And tonight, y'all have been absolutely fantastic, in sticking and following the unfoldment of this information as best as I can give it to you. This is a lot to cover. It does take connecting the dots in a way that will help to make sense and shed light far more toward the truth than toward the chaos and confusion. And it's important. But once again, I thank you all for joining me. And I will be back with part 7. I'm putting that together in a couple of hours. And then hopefully I can get that to you after I do the live with Q Carlock regarding the Orrin and Orson West case. I had to move that to Sunday because of my schedule change. So I have to go back to confirm with Miss Q that Sunday is okay. And then we can pick up from there and then go ahead and present our findings and commentary on the Orrin and Orson West case, the 2 missing children out of Cali, California. Then the case moved from there after a short interim and duration of case investigation by the California City Police Department back to Bakersfield. And Bakersfield has been the hot seat, the hot spot for the additional coverage in terms of the investigation, in terms of the leads, in terms of all the searches that they've been able to do, and pending searches that they're looking for court orders to actually begin to search. Every search pertains to a court order to actually do, because you're using manpower, you're using resources, and somebody's got to pay for that. So hopefully, something will turn there. In that case, as it points out, something's going to pop. We just don't know where it's going to happen, when it's going to happen, how soon it's going to happen. But the way they're squeezing down on it, something's going to turn. Once again, I believe those boys are alive. I don't think they're together. I think they're separated, only to control that aspect of them being taken from their adoptive parents, Trezell and Jacqueline West. And I'm sure that some things are going to pop. Some things are going to pop. Everything seems to be quiet, but once again, an appearance of the fourth kind. Things that are not, but yet appear to be. It may look quiet, but it could be noisy behind the scenes. Just as it is noisy right now behind the scenes of the Dallas Police Department, the district attorney, and the defense attorney representing Darian Brown in this case. So much love goes out to all of you. I'm working on getting a phone hookup so people can call in as well as join the panel. Seems like you can get 200-300 people up in here and nobody wants to jump on the panel, but like 2 or 3 people. It's like, okay, people, it's okay to say hello. It's okay to say, well, here's my opinion. It's okay to, stretch and flex and, don't worry about how you sound, because where you're coming from is always from the heart, especially when you're dealing with a case like this. And with that said, any other comments I need to read? Thank you, John Q. Hawkeye Seneca, you're welcome. Maybe Cameron's girlfriend liked DB, Corliss Davis says. Could be. Could be. That thought has crossed my mind too. 16 and 18. Come on now. Put the numbers together and see if they match up a little bit. Young, hormones, dating, money, going out, hanging out, getting high, the street game. Because that's what it looks like this young crowd was into, of all the information that we've been able to cover here on YouTube. Also, other social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram. We're starting to find the evidence all over the place. Scattered glass, if you will. But it's out there. And it'll all come together. All of it will come together. Looking forward to the next live. Andrea Dawn, thank you for what you do. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea, for, being a part of what we do. Diamond Star, what is the world coming to? All these babies. I know. Every time you turn around, here's another story. Every time, before you wake up in the morning, here's another story. And it's like, I've just heard the story about a young 9-year-old that lost her life in Brooklyn, East New York. A section where I was born and raised and educated and grew up. Believe it or not. And Chris Thorne covered that on his platform just last night. Just yesterday. I said, you got to be kidding me. She had a 10-year-old sister that tried to save her from drowning in a reservoir that they should not have been in. Crazy. Another child lost her life. Not going home. Lost her life. And it keeps just turning and turning and turning. So that's why I say stay vigilant in all this, because your eyes and ears and your heart only mean a lot when you can do something about it, when you can do something with it and share it. When you share, you care. When you care, you share. So with that said, folks, once again, thank you for being here. I'll be back to you as soon as I can, which will be most likely Sunday with Miss Q Carlock. Once I have that confirmed and everything, I'll let you know. But I believe she'll be here with us on Sunday. She is absolutely intelligent. She's on the beam. She puts it on the table. She gives you her insights and her opinion on, what's in front of her, what she feels you need to hear, what's important, and so forth. Down to earth. Down to earth. Remind me of somebody I know, and no, we're not related. John Q and Miss Q are not related. We're not married. We're not connected. So don't get it twisted. We're just good people that have big hearts and care tremendously about what's going on. We know you do. You share and spend your time with us as we share and spend our time with you. So with that said, until next time, be well. Stay blessed. With Godspeed. I will see you in the description box where the comments are. Right underneath the comments. Hit me up. You've been flooding me and loading me up and showing you love. That's where I go to find you after I do my live. So that's where I'll be too. Enjoy. Take care. Be blessed. Stay well. We're out.